Yo, what's going on? Congratulations, you are first. Drakinator. Oh. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Workout was good. Really good. I think I'm starting to feel some of the effects of the trend with strength increase.
Drug use has become a part of everyday life on the city's streets.
It's like I get these thoughts in my head. People became totally crazy.
Yeah, it's had root inside.
Crystal.
Crack cocaine.
We all knew it was going to happen. This is what happens when you mix drugs with mental illness, with poverty. It all comes together into a terrible, terrible thing.
What happens if this city can't turn the tide? We're going to take a look at the crisis reshape.
No, this is what happens when police aren't allowed to arrest criminals. And you can just do drugs on the street. That's what happens. Do you like the claymation series, The PJs? I don't think I ever saw that. Does trend make you feel different in the day-to-day? So far, what I've experienced from Tren in terms of like just feeling different mental side effects is I got kind of I get a euphoric feeling from it, kind of like it is a 19 Nor. So I took nandrolone phenylpropionate. That gave me like a really nice, pleasant, euphoric feeling where just feel like really good and just pleasant uplift. I got that same effect from Tren. I've been sleeping better on it, funny enough, even though a lot of people claim it fucks up your sleep. I'm taking a pretty moderate dose. It's 14 milligrams a day. That works out to like roughly 100 milligrams a week. Yeah, like 98, so it's like 100 milligrams a week.
Could we start off the stream with some classic ments? It's crazy both Robzilla and Lenny are dead now.
Yeah, sure, why not?
You said it, yeah.
Oh yeah, that was fucking hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Krabs. Yeah, so I've gotten a mood uplift from it. I just feel like more positive, happy, like in general. I'm definitely more energetic throughout the day too. And my sleep is better. And libido is roughly the same. Haven't really seen increase in my libido from it. Maybe it's a little easier for me to get aroused, like just a little. But yeah, in terms of like, you know, the need to like jerk off or something, it's the same, you know. But like, yeah, maybe it's a little easier to get aroused because I've noticed that I kind of more quickly get a chub from stuff. Ass fuck, $22, watch later. Let me see. Okay, I'll watch that like probably next. Thanks for the donation, ass fuck. It's only like day 4. Yeah, it's like day 4 or 5 of me being on it. So like I haven't reached peak serum concentrations yet. That'll take roughly like 4 weeks to reach full peak serum concentrations. It's an enanthate ester. I'm not taking Trenace. I'm taking trenanenthate. Sometimes it can take a little longer with enanthate, but yeah, probably about 4 weeks. I'll get the sort of full effect from it. Is the methylphenidate still messing you up, or did you get used to it? I only took it the one night, and I didn't take any after. The next morning, it was still affecting me. I went to get groceries, and like I went to Walmart, and the closest Walmart to me is about 25 minutes away. I drove there, and then when I was on the way back, I like totally fucking spaced out. Again, it's just a 25-minute drive back home. I ended up missing the exit for the off-ramp on the highway. I kept driving another 30 minutes in the wrong direction. And like I just started noticing things didn't look familiar. And then like I had to pull over to the side of the road and look at Google Maps, like where the fuck am I? I drove 30 fucking minutes in the wrong direction. So a 25-minute drive turned into nearly an hour and I didn't notice. And then I had to like drive back. So that methylphenidate hydroxy, whatever, that the ADD medication, that gave me ADD.
According to you, Putin cares most or only about his own personal well-being and power. So why don't you think he'll use nukes if he's backed into a corner like he is starting to be? It'd make sense for him to nuke Ukraine to make everyone think he's crazy.
That wouldn't make any sense at all. So, for one thing, nuclear weapons aren't some kind of superpower weapon that just makes you win a war. There's no tactical advantage to using a nuke. It's not like it would sway the war in one direction or the other. He'd still be losing just the same. Secondly, like, the US has proven this. There would certainly be a NATO intervention, and the US would get involved, and they'd kill Putin. Like, he'd be dead. He knows if he uses nukes, he's going to be hunted down and killed. So, again, the United States under Trump, they went after Maduro. They've been dealing with retards in Iran. They've been killing off all their leadership. They directly went after the Ayatollah and everything. So it's not like the U.S. would just intervene and like just start fighting Russian forces, or like there'd be a NATO intervention, they'd just start fighting Russian forces. They'd go directly after him. So it's a death sentence for him if he were to use nukes. Same with Xi Jinping in China. They would go after him.
Not just nuke Ukraine, but if he starts openly executing dissidents and opposition figures / generals etc., basically becoming like Stalin but with nukes. Why do you think he won't do that if he's only interested in preserving himself? USA won't nuke back.
They don't have to nuke back. So again, I just explained, it would be a death sentence for Putin. So there's no tactical advantage. It wouldn't help him win the war. Also, if you use nukes, it opens the floodgates. NATO has nukes, so like, and China also doesn't want him to use nukes. There could also be a response from China because, again, if he uses nukes, it kind of opens the floodgates where it's like, oh, you're using them? Well, I guess we can use them now too. China doesn't want that because they want to be able to invade Taiwan. And again, if this nuke thing is on the table, that could be devastating for China too. So there's no tactical advantage whatsoever in any conceivable way for him to use nukes. And again, he'd be hunted down and killed. On top of that, he does kill political dissidents. There was that guy, like, there have been very public assassinations that have taken place across Europe that were committed by the Russian government under Putin. The KGB got direct orders. They call them something different now. It's what is it? But they got direct orders under Putin to assassinate targets in the UK and throughout Europe. They do kill political dissidents, not even in their own country, and they do in fact kill political dissidents in their own country. They get rounded up into gulags, and then they're just like starved to death, or like they just die from exposure or something in Siberia. That's what happened to that journalist who exposed Putin's palaces. He got sent to a fucking gulag out in Siberia, and he wound up dead. So that's nothing new. They also use the police to kill people too. That happens a lot. Thanks for the donation, though, stupid. Will Mage $20. Serge Tankia, lead singer of System of a Down, called Israel hypocrites for recognizing the Armenian genocide while committing genocide in Palestine and Lebanon. Gets insulted by that because he's also Armenian. System of a Down, by the way, is the most overrated band of all fucking time. They suck. Their music is literal shit. It feels like diarrhea is leaking into your ear when you listen to System of a Down. So it doesn't surprise me their lead singer is a complete and utter fucktard.
For many years, Israel's government used AIPAC to lobby the U.S. Congress to...
AIPAC is an American lobbying group. So, like again, this idea that people don't know what AIPAC is. Like, they just fundamentally don't know what AIPAC is. They think AIPAC is like an Israeli organization. You can't have a foreign lobbying group in the United States. It's an American lobbying group. They're Jewish. They have interests that relate to Israel, but it's an American lobbying group that doesn't actually have anything to do with Israel. The Israeli government has nothing to do with AIPAC.
Not recognize the Armenian genocide, to prevent Congress from recognizing the Armenian genocide, due to their relationship with Turkey, their intelligence sharing with Turkey, etc. Today, the Netanyahu cabinet decided to recognize the Armenian genocide of 1915, a genocide that led to Hitler thinking that he could do what he could do to the Jews in the 1930s and 40s.
That had nothing to do with it. Like, where did he get this idea that the Armenian genocide is what convinced Hitler he could genocide Jews?
The fact that this government is already committing genocide in Gaza and Lebanon.
If we're gonna say this is a genocide, they are by far the worst country to they're really bad at committing genocide. Horrible. The total death estimates in Gaza are roughly around 80,000 right now. That's total, both civilians and Hamas members. So you'd expect roughly around 50,000 of those deaths, give or take, whatever, could be debated, would be civilians. Iran killed nearly 50,000 civilians. I think the figure right now is right around 45,000 in a fucking weekend. So there were protests in Iran all over the fucking country. The government just used the IRGC to gun down everybody in these fucking protests. They killed 45,000 people in one fucking weekend. So what, it's taken Israel roughly 3 years to kill that same amount of fucking people? Does that make any sense to you? There was also that genocide recently that occurred in Africa. Where the fuck was it? Sudan or some shit? Again, over the course of a week, 50,000 people killed. So you have like these African fucking Muslim militants with just AK-47s and the old Toyota fucking pickup trucks going around gunning people down. They're more efficient at killing civilians and committing a genocide than a wealthy modern military that has nuclear weapons, state-of-the-art F-35 fucking jets, satellite imagery, like satellite GPS and like high technology guided fucking missile systems. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's just beyond retarded. And the reason why there's only been, roughly 50,000 civilian deaths in Gaza over the course of the last 3 years is because, guess what? Israel tries to evacuate like civilians. They've told civilians to move to certain areas that are considered safe zones. They provided humanitarian aid. What other genocide has occurred where the genocider warns civilians, hey, we're going to bomb this area. Can we move so we don't kill you? Oh, here's free food and water and medicine. Like, again, System of a Down is the most overrated, stupid, dumb fuck, like, ear diarrhea band of all fucking time, and no shit, this lead singer is just a full-fledged fucking retard.
Ain't no way Trump is going to directly attack or nuke Russia for Russia nuking a non-NATO ally. Questionable if Trump would intervene if they attacked even a NATO ally tbh. But certainly not for Ukraine, you're nuts.
I never said they'd nuke Russia. And, no, there's almost 100% certainty the U.S. would intervene if Russia attacked a NATO ally or if they were to use nukes on Ukraine. Like, he'd have no choice. Trump can say whatever he wants. He says lots of dumb shit. But there's a large bureaucracy within the United States where Trump has people who inform him what is and isn't a good idea. He's not the one who just makes decisions. And again, he's also like kind of a fucking retarded child. So the last thing he hears is what he's going to believe. So if his, top generals and military advisors tell him we need to intervene in Ukraine because Russia's using nukes and we have to make sure that we stop these bad actors from doing this stuff, yeah, he's going to intervene. It's also being confirmed at this point. There are, in fact, there is some U.S. military presence in and around Ukraine. There's also some British forces as well, and I think some French forces. They haven't like fully committed, but they are like helping train Ukraine. They're providing some military support to a limited extent. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st. You're a retard. You're some more retarded shit.
Did you realize Redacted used to talk mad shit about you while she streamed on your channel? Literally every stream, all she'd talk about is Richard this and Richard that. Useless sass nigger.
Yeah, I'm aware. Thanks for the donation. Dodo tellers, this man is running for a Nancy Pelosi Congress seat because she is retiring and because he's Jewish. Some fringe in the party are harassing him. Yeah, of course.
To the park to attend the trans march, attending a trans-led Pride Shabbat first. And these folks ran towards me and swarmed around me. A few of them touched me, and they were, screaming at me while they were doing it and trying to bully me and intimidate me out of the park. And I ended up leaving because it wasn't safe for me to remain. They were also lying about my record on Gaza. They were talking about how I have quote unquote Israeli handlers, which is a classic anti-Semitic trope about Jews having dual loyalty and not being loyal to the U.S. And it was just well beyond free speech, and it's really harmful to democracy. Here it was different. I went to
Yep.
The U.S. military has a sprawling presence across the Middle East, including installations that stretch across the Persian Gulf. Now, officials say the U.S. is reevaluating its entire footprint in the region in the wake of the Iran war. The American bases and installations there were built in a different era, when Iran didn't have the arsenal of precision missiles and drones that it has
What a loving cuckold husband, you were letting your wife do that.
today.
Right.
Some of the bases have large buildings, warehouses, radomes, and other structures that are visible from space and located within range of Iran's weapons. When the war broke out, some of Iran's missiles and drones slipped through U.S. air defenses and struck bases across the region. damaging everything from command headquarters to expensive radars. Now, officials say the U.S. is conducting a sweeping review of its bases in the region, and those bases could change a lot. For example, buildings that were attacked may not be rebuilt. Instead, key functions could move underground, and more bunkers and hardened aircraft shelters could be constructed. Military hardware could
Yeah, Ryan Macbeth has talked about this.
also be more spread out across the region, so it's not as easy to target. One base that was hit hard was the
Yeah, I already know about that. Thanks for the nation, Dodo. GTU donated $2. The Scott Weiner videos are so chilling. I don't like World War II analogies, but I think all of us who grew up hearing about how our grandparents were shouted at and shunned in 1930s Europe cannot help but see echoes. Well, it's exactly the same shit.
Hey, Weaver, you gotta get the fuck out my hood.
Yeah, I've already seen this. This guy is getting harassed for being a Jew. It's fucking insane. These people need to get their asses beat. They're all a bunch of beta male fucking faggots, and like they're also mostly women, and again, literal fucking like twink dipshits. If I ever see these people in the street harassing like Jewish people, like they're getting a knee to the stomach. Thanks for the donation, GT.
Yeah. Anything to say?
Oh, baby. What the fuck did I do?
Leonard,
Yes, sir.
anything to say to Dale?
Dale, what'd you come in? Fifth place? Sixth place? A big pepper.
He was working at a nightclub and some girl just offered him a pill and he swallowed it and he had no idea what the drug was.
Somebody call 911.
You call him.
Will you quit shining that light on me before I... So you want to check your one? Yeah, check this, you whip.
Lenny, act control, buddy.
Why am I sweating?
This is Rob talking to you.
Love who? Godzilla.
Yeah, man.
Nah, I didn't see the werewolf trailer.
Pretty. You got some big arms there. Where am I, baby? Will you quit shining that light on me, Mr. Porch?
Stop. Nobody wants to stop.
Where am I?
Lenny, stop.
Where am I? Seriously.
You're at work. You just lost another job, Lenny.
Oh, you're pretty. Where am I? Your pockets for me, will you? Will you quit being a wimp?
Empty your pockets, Leonard.
Here.
Dodo, $20. Imagine being under here still and dying because no one's coming for you 5 days later.
What? 21st the GOAT. Richard, is this comparison accurate? React.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, 22nd. Yeah, it's pretty fucked. Ow. Oh, I love catch.
And speaking of people who need to have their asses kicked, link here and here.
Okay, give me a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh. Oh. Wow. Those eyes. Oh, squirrel. I love squirrels. Oh. Oh, they're saying hello. Hey, Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Oh no, did you have your toy stuck under there again? I don't know how why does he do that? Okay, I gotta help Gum Gum in a second. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. So many kitty friends. Oh, Shadow. It's moving. Cats are really cool. Another Mom Donnie win. Let me see. Google billionaire Sergey Brin exits New York City real estate as landlords suffer from rent controls, explosive costs. Yep. Buying rent-stabilized property with the goal of lobbying the government to jack up working people's rent is such a scumbag behavior. Oh my god, what a fucking retard. They have to increase the price of rent. Like, there's things like inflation, there's maintenance costs. Like, you have to maintain these buildings. If, like, rent can never go up, then these buildings turn to shit. Like, this is just gonna basically destroy New York. Guy is already worth $100 billion, but he wanted to put families out on the street to grab a few more crumbs. Yeah, why are they getting put out on the street? So, like, there's so many problems with New York. They let in a bunch of fucking retards who are unproductive, don't make enough money to fucking live there in the first place. They have all these social fucking welfare programs, and these people just suck money from the fucking system. And then, oh, you own property. You already have money. You should be able to let people live there for free. Like, these people are insane. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Theo's like, he's such a sweet boy. Anyone knows dogs. Like, he's the classic lab. He loves everyone, wants to play with everyone, but I won't let him.
I've already seen this joke. Yeah, not all Muslims, not all pit bulls. I've already seen it.
All right, what you're looking at there is Israel bombing Lebanon after yet another ceasefire agreement, because Israel never, ever listened.
Lebanon's government just betrayed their people for Israel. This guy literally does not understand anything about Lebanon.
To a ceasefire, they bomb and kill people every.
What does Israel have to do with a ceasefire agreement with Iran? Iran, it does not own Israel, does not own Lebanon. It's not their own country. Like, just fucking retarded.
Single day, because they're fascists who are looking to take the entire Middle East. They rob us of American money to do.
This guy calls Israel fascist, but then he, like, literally supports actual Islamic fascist terrorists.
This kind of damage to other countries while pretending to fight terrorists. They are the terrorists, and you're seeing it with your own eyes. Now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon has betrayed his.
He doesn't even believe this. This is all a grift.
Own country and made a disgustingly corrupt deal with the Israelis. And Anna's here to tell you about it.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised by the Lebanese.
The Lebanese government hates Hezbollah. They want them gone.
Prime Minister's acts considering the fact that he's a puppet of the United States and Israel. In fact, he has received counterterrorism training here in the United States, and that tells you everything you need to know about where his loyalties lie. But nonetheless, this deal between Lebanon and Israel was brokered by
Gee, why would they want to have counterterrorism training in the States? I wonder if it has anything to do with them having to deal with fucking Hezbollah.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and completely contradicts the memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran, which calls for the end of Israel's bombing campaign.
Again, this is a grift. Like, this would make no, like, this makes no sense. What does Iran have to do with Lebanon? It's not their country. Like, it's just all stupid.
As Israel denies its genocide in Gaza, as it says it's going to keep southern Lebanon, as it's attacked Iran, as it's saying it's going to flood.
Okay, so after several years of them criticizing Israel for not recognizing the Armenian genocide, now that they recognize the Armenian genocide, they're accusing Israel of planning to go to war with Turkey. See, like, I've said this before, no matter what Israel does, it could literally be the thing that they were like, say, Israel should do this. When they do that, it's still wrong, and they still complain about it. So this has nothing to do with them like disliking what the Israel government does. They just hate Jews.
The West Bank with 1 million new illegal settlers. They've decided in the middle of their disgusting series of genocides that as a joke and as a way to create more hostility against Turkey, they're going to recognize the Armenian genocide. Yeah. Now we're going to explain the hypocrisy of this and how they're trying to ironically use it to create more war and more genocide.
They literally criticized Israel for not recognizing the Armenian genocide. Now they're complaining about it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Draw image of Madmani and Islamic terrorists and communists raping woman, and Ditsine is rabidly ignoring it, saying we need to worry about Trump's Christian nationalism while his political party is being overrun by communists, and send him the image on disco.
Oh my God.
I noticed this guy who you may remember used to work with Young Turks and Arouge with Cenk on Israel. He must have quit or got fired, and he's doing a comedy show now. Wow, he is so much more successful. Must be because he's Jewish, right?
Let me take a look.
To see you all. Thank you for joining us here in person. Make some noise for yourselves. And our virtual audience from around the world. Mad ones, make some noise. That was
This looks terrible.
quieter, but still pretty good. I'm showing you in the reverse order.
Yeah, that's fucking terrible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh.
You know, if Anna and her beta male husband ever have children, I hope they are kidnapped by baboons and the baboons raise the children as their own. I think those kids would honestly be in better hands.
Yeah, they probably would. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Actually, it would be a nice Karasikachu if you can have a fence between Destiny and the commies/Islamists, with Destiny on one side that says Democratic Party, and while they break into his side and he's saying we need to only care about Trump's Christian nationalism.
Yeah, I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuck. Oh, what the hell happened there?
Read my last $2 donation too, but also VG, you need to make a fence between them and have at least one or two of them breaking into the fence and right Democratic Party over Destiny's side, so the idea is they're infiltrating the party while Destiny's ignoring I.
Dodo Newtellers on the side with the radicals. You can have some speech bubbles for them saying the typical pro-communist, socialist, anti-Semitic things. You typically hear them say to this better be a good image so you can send it to Destiny, you can understand. I'm not gonna add that. That's too much effort. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Okay, I sent it to Destiny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Where am I? Where am I? Oh my God, what is that? Would you please? All right, I'm going back to work.
No, you're not going back to work. Rescue's gonna check you out.
Rescue this, you whoops.
Just get checked out real quick, Leonard.
Yeah, I want some girls.
Hey, don't leave it. Leave it. Leave it. Hey, drop it.
Shut your mouth.
Do not pick that up.
That's an oral syringe, Mr.
That's
Ford
fine.
Monkey.
That's okay. We're not gonna pick that up. So rescue needs to evaluate you. Okay, you gonna be good with that?
No, you don't need to evaluate. I'm going back to work.
No, you're not going back to work.
What happened?
What happened? Leonard, look at you.
I'm fine.
Are you not?
Quit shining that light on me, Mr. Affirmative Action.
Okay, listen. You're gonna let rescue check you out, right?
I'm fine.
Okay,
you want me to just try to take down? You guys cool? You're gonna take me down? Hey, what's your name? My name is Leonard Parson. Where are you? What city are you in right now? I'm in Broward County. What city are you in? I mean, what city am I in, wimp? What year is it?
Leonard, these guys are here to help you.
The year of the cat. Hey, Leonard, we're going to take a trip over to the hospital, okay? I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, we're going to take a trip over to the hospital. We're going to
What happened to Joe Lint and Jasmine Jr.? Did he?
get a stretcher. We're going to bring you up. Sit down. Did you use anything tonight? No, I didn't. Did you take anything? What did you take? I didn't take anything. You have any medical problems? No, I'm not. You have no medical problems? Does it look like it? The way you're acting right now isn't normal. We're going to take you over to the hospital. It's not normal for what? How you're acting right now. Everybody knows what city we're in. Oh, shut up. We know the year. I'm going to work. Then I'm going home. That's it. We can't go home, unfortunately. Not tonight. Yes, I am.
Listen, we gotta have rescue check you out, okay?
I'm fine.
Well, no, rescue needs
The
to check
year
you
of
out.
the cat. Doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo.
Rescue needs to check you out, okay?
Why are you grabbing me?
Because
Stop.
for your own safety, okay?
Stop it. What are you handcuffing me for?
Let them check you out.
Just for our safety, okay?
Come on. That's too tight.
No.
Let off of me.
Relax.
No idea. Tell me right now. No idea. No idea.
Those are too small. Grab my oral syringe. Oh, that hurts. Get those off of me. It's too tight. Get it off of me.
We will, just a minute.
Get it off of me. It's too tight.
In a minute.
Get it off of me. Will you grab my oral syringe, Rob, please?
No, leave the syringe alone.
That's my oral syringe. Will you please get that off of me? It's too tight. We'll cut off the circulation. Get it off of me.
Let them check you
We'll
out.
fix it, don't worry.
Get this off of me. Fine. Get it off of me.
We will in a minute, let's go.
Get it off of me. It's too tight. I can't cut off my circulation. If you have a seat, we can do that. Get it off of me.
I think that Anna's children would be safer with this baboon family right here.
Home sweet home.
Give it that, man. Hey, get
Let's play this first. Come on. You're making me mad, Fred. Let go! What about shit, Nick? What's going on here? I found that animal skin, Ma, and you.
What fucking cartoon is this? Yeah, I mean, Jungle Cubs. I've never heard of that. Yeah, they'd probably be better off being raised by baboons. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo Donate tells us, how long can people go no food or water under the rubble? I've heard of people surviving for several weeks trapped under rubble. They did technically have access to water because it rained and they were able to like drink raindrops. But yeah, like you die pretty quickly. Like Venezuela's pretty hot, so your likelihood of surviving more than a few days is pretty low. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Una pala, un pico. ¿Ah? Mano, ese uniforme para defender la patria, huevón. ¿Ah? Para defender un país. El país es esto. Esto es el país que necesita de ustedes, huevón, un arma. ¿Ah? Para echarnos plomo y coñazo sí. Coñazo sí. ¿Ah?
No estamos en guerra, estamos en una situación. ¿Ah? Porque cuando están en la autopista, en la Francisco Fajardo, son malotes. Demuéstreme su maldad aquí, pues. Demuéstreme su maldad con un pico, una pala en esta mierda. ¿Ah? ¿Ah? ¿Mm? ¡Ah, qué papota! Marico. Papi, escúchame. La esquina, papi, la esquina, tú ves la esquina. Y al mover la losa más grande que es la de arriba. En todos lados, hermano. En todos lados. Tú ves de aquel lado, mi rey, ¿dónde está la gente? La máquina, papi, puede levantar con cuidado. Y ahí uno baja la máquina.
Yeah, that's happening. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
All right. Get that off of me. Get that off my fucking
I just did shoulders and triceps. My mom came over yesterday. We ended up going out to eat, and I can only do chest, so I just saved the shoulder and tricep stuff for today. My neck is fucked after that fucking workout. I don't know what I did. That is great spam, as always. Thanks for the donation, 9014.
Get these off of me. Stop it. Get it off of me now. Get it off of me. You're cutting off my circulation. Get it off of me now. Get it the fuck off of me. You're cutting off the circulation. You get it off of me. Get this off of me now. Get it off of me. God damn it. Will you get that fucking... Get it off of me, my wrist. We are working on it. Stop it, please. All right, get it off of me now. Hold on, man. Take it off me now. Get it off of me. Will you please get it off of me? You gotta stop twisting. Stop it. Well, will you get this shit off of my wrist? There you go. Get it off of me now. Will you get it off of me? Now, get it. Will you get that off of me? Fuck, man. Stop it, please. Just relax. Stop it. Well, tell them to take it off of my wrist. Get it the fuck off of me, please. Stop it. Get it off of my wrist.
I am your best friend. I'm telling you.
Tell them to get it off of me, please. Stop it. Get that off my wrist, please. Stop it. Get that the fuck off of my wrist, Rob. Stop it. Stop it. Please take it off my strap. Rob, you tell me, please. Robert, please. Please get off my wrist. The whole point is so you don't have my face. Please don't take it off me, please. Robert, please.
Yeah, that was weird.
This night is truly...
Welcome back.
Yes, the story...
Today we continue exposing the dark underbelly that polite society ignores. While Islam screams forbidden at homosexuality, generations of Muslim men have turned boys into sex slaves and playthings. Bachabazi, Kochek, Amrad, Gilman, the list never ends. And in the madrasas of Pakistan, India, and Indonesia, the horror continues.
Anything that makes a Jewish person mildly uncomfortable is anti-Semitism. Be fucking serious.
News daily. This is worse than the Epstein case.
Yeah.
Epstein hid his crimes among the elite. Here it's systemic, culturally tolerated in many circles, shielded.
The only thing Epstein did was, like, just fucking pay for prostitutes. Fucking bullshit.
By religion and happening openly in holy schools. Even Iblis would blush at this excuse making. Section 1. Quranic verses fueling segregation. Let's start with the rules that created the vacuum. The Quran and Hadiths demand extreme separation between men and women. Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 33. And abide in your houses, and do not display yourselves as was the display of the former times of ignorance. This verse tells women to stay at home. If they decide not to, Muslims will physically force them to do so. Quran Surah An-Nur, verse 31. Women must not display their adornment, or awrat, except to close family. They cover,
Now
lower
this is
their
a
gaze.
baboon family.
Yeah, definitely is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Honestly, I think that's being uncharitable to baboons. I don't think they're quite as bad.
Guard modesty. Surah An-Nur, verse 31, commands believing women to guard.
I don't see the world ever legally abolishing Islam. There's two reasons for that. One, it would be a constitutional violation in a lot of countries because, you know, in the US you have freedom of religion, you know, shit like that. And it would also be much easier to just have religious reform. There was Christian reform, like Judaism reform. There's horse shit in all these religions where it like allows slavery and like fucked up shit. But like no Jews or Christians today believe in that crap, so.
Bro, why the fuck would Neon go to the diamond gym lol? He struggles to bench the bar lol. Here he is getting called a pussy by Unk after failing a 225 deadlift.
Stop. Bring it. Oh.
Did he tear his bicep or something? What a surprise. The guy who trains like a retard injured.
Hold on.
Chest up.
Neil.
Stop doing that.
Look, bro, look. You're...
He doesn't even know how to lift, and they're making him deadlift 225.
I know you said that people should get relatively strong and lean before hopping on gear. Are there any PRs for the 5 major lifts do you think someone should hit before doing the spaghetti? And body fat percentage range one should be in before starting?
I would try to get to 15% or less body fat. As far as like lifts, like ideally you should be training for a few years. You can bench like 225, deadlift 405, squat 315. I think that's reasonable enough. But like you're going to get better results if you have more muscle mass and you're going to be less prone to side effects.
No, but as I showed you, there are Christians who be live in polygamy.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I would say the most important thing is just lowering your body fat percentage. Ideally, again, like under 15%. Especially when you first start taking steroids, you're gonna aromatize at a higher rate, and your nipple glands are gonna be particularly sensitive. So if you can have your body fat percentage lower, it prevents aromatization, and you're less likely to have some of those estrogenic side effects like nipple sensitivity or gynecomastia, also like water retention, bloating, high blood pressure. Thanks for the donation though, Didi.
Your position?
Yeah, so he has literally never lifted before. He doesn't know how to deadlift, and they're making him lift 225. Like, and oh look, this guy's fucking injured. I wonder how.
You're doing this? I just need to drop your ass and pick your chest up. Your back, you want to keep your head and your body upwards. Your legs is what's driving it up. Okay? You're doing this.
3/4 of the world is not Muslim. Where the hell did you hear that? The most predominant religion is Christianity.
I need you to do this. Arch. Pause. Just arch your back. Perfect. That's better.
Come on, bro. Man the fuck up, bro. Stop playing with me now.
I'm not, I swear I'm not.
Shut up and go.
Come on, yeah. Come on, bro. Yo, wait. Look what he's doing. Stand up. Like keep, yeah.
Right
Okay.
there.
Get closer.
Stay right there.
There you go.
Lock up. Stop being a bitch. And finish. Stop. Stop being a bitch. For the first time, now be a fucking man. And shut up and finish. Go.
Should get real in the field, though. What am I gonna do? You wanna come to Diamond Gym? I wanna come to Diamond Gym, right? What am I gonna tell him? No? Work out, but you gonna do what we do. Neon, come on, tighten up, bro. I got you. Neon, I got you, baby. I ain't gonna let you fail, but I need you to pull with me. Don't drop the bar. Squeeze that shit. Give me your hands. Come here. I'll give up my chalk for you, baby. Come on. Now it's time, bro. It's 2 plates. It's 200 pounds. It's like you're picking up a human. No, Neon. Back. I got it. You gotta.
Yes, lift a weight you can't lift. Great idea. This will help him get stronger.
Settle down, bro. You rolling.
Listen. Grab the bar, keep your eyes open, and just pull off the fucking
His form won't cook. That's why you're not figuring it out. It's trying to teach him.
Teach him form with a weight he can't lift. Dude, I hope like an asteroid hits the Diamond Gym. These people are just such cancerous fucking retards.
He gonna pick it up. He gonna pick it up. Neon, I believe in you.
Perfect.
There it is.
Get up! Stand up. Yo.
He didn't even lift it. It was assisted.
Yo, relax.
Well, my nerves are tweaking the fuck out.
Relax. Take a deep breath, bro. Relax. You good.
Yeah, I fucking hate the Diamond Gym.
Their modesty and not display their adornment publicly. Combined with Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 33, abide in your houses. This creates a system where women are largely confined to the home. The result? Male-only public, military, and social spaces where boys often become the available outlet. Quran Surah An-Nur, verse 6.
Honestly, I think a lot of Muslims are just fucking gay. And they just don't want to admit it. There's that sniper, American sniper, who has like the record for the amount of like confirmed kills. It's like over 240 or something. He was talking about when he was operating in Afghanistan, they would like, conduct these operations where they'd just annihilate the Taliban. And then they'd look at the bodies and like they were literally having sex, like gay sex, when they shot and killed them. Like their dick was still stuck in the other dude's butt when they got shot. And like the dude's dick is still stuck in the other dude's butt when they're dead. I think they're just fucking gay. Like if you wanted pussy, you would just go home, So they're just gay. This boy thing, it has nothing to do with, oh, well, that's their only sexual outlet when they're in these social spaces. Like, no, you just go home to get pussy. You know where your wife is. So, like, what's the issue? So they're just gay. What's also really weird, the CIA actually had the idea of creating a gay bomb. They thought they could create some sort of chemical agent to turn dudes gay, and it would demoralize the enemy, especially like Muslims. It kind of makes me wonder if they actually did it, because like I've heard some of these stories from special forces and shit that have operated in Afghanistan, and all the shit about like the Chai boys and stuff. It makes you wonder, like, homosexuality is just so fucking prevalent there. It's insane. Yeah, like I kind of wonder. Like, it sounds weird and crazy, but like, there's so many gay dudes, like all of them. So I wonder, because like where else do you go where like every dude is fucking gay?
60. While this verse gives older women some leniency on outer clothing, the overall message in Surah An-Nur and Al-Ahzab still promotes modesty and limited public mixing, reinforcing the cultural practice of women staying primarily at home. General guardianship. Qawamun, Surah An-Nisa, verse 34. This verse positions men as protectors/rulers over women, leading to rules requiring male relatives or mahram for travel. This must be very restrictive for women who want to work outside the home. If she didn't have a male relative, she couldn't leave the house. If she insisted on going out, she would be punished by the Muslims in her community. No free mixing, no women in public entertainment. What are the consequences of these extreme rules? Male-only spaces filled with boys who are not quite men. The rules intended to prevent fitna, temptation, have created a new one. Section 2. Historical patterns. Throughout history, this segregation plus male dominance produced the same evil. Powerful men indulged in boy play while preaching piety. Even Iblis would blush at this excuse-making.
It's not homosexuality if the boy has no beard.
He's my slave. So it's fine.
From the Ottoman Empire to Persia and beyond, the pattern of sexual exploitation of young boys repeated for centuries in many Islamic societies, revealing a deep hypocrisy in nations that claim to practice Islam in its purest form.
Bachabazi. Adolescent boys, often 11 to 18, dressed as girls, trained to dance provocatively at parties, weddings for wealthy, powerful men, warlords, commanders, officials. Frequently involves sexual abuse, servitude. Boys are bought from poor.
To be fair, this hypocrisy is the same with Christians too.
Well, at least Catholics. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Families or orphans. It's a status symbol. Kuchek. Young male dancers, often starting at 7 to 8, cross-dressed in feminine attire in Ottoman palaces, harems, and festivals from the 17th to 19th centuries. Recruited from non-Muslim populations, Greeks, Armenians, etc., they performed sensual dances and were often sexual objects for elite men. Flourished in Islamic Ottoman, but later banned due to scandals and fights. Gilman. Slave boys or gulam or gilman in Abbasid, Ottoman, and other courts. Often handsome youths kept for service, entertainment, and sexual companionship. Quran mentions eternal gilman youth serving the faithful in paradise, for instance in Surah Al-Waqiah, verse 17, which some poetry or culture echoed on earth. Amrad. Beardless adolescent youths in pederastic relationships with older men, deeply embedded in classical Persian poetry, Hafez, Sadi, etc., and court culture. Persian vice was a historical trope for widespread pederasty. Shahidbazi, admiring or having relationships with beautiful beardless boys, or Nazar ilal Murd, involved gazing on beautiful boys, sometimes Sufi framed as spiritual but often erotic. Kwai Hammam boy. Bathhouse, hammam culture, and boy servants and dancers in North Africa often involved exploitation. Ottoman and local traditions overlapped with slavery and gender-segregated spaces. Mustasalif, Goual boy. Similar to the Kwai boys, the Mustasalif boys in Algeria and Tunisia are young performers or servants in Maghrebi attire, jalaba-style robe, fez or turban, in a cultural performance context. Jama el-Fana boy, dancing performer in the famous square, colorful traditional Moroccan clothing, turban, performing acrobatics or dance amid market atmosphere.
The list is long because these patterns recurred wherever strict gender segregation, slavery, military and court patronage, and pre-Islamic pederastic traditions converged.
I think it's a chicken or the egg thing. I think gay dudes want this like gender segregation, so I think they're just all fucking gay.
While official Sharia condemned it, poets, sultans, e.g. Mahmud of Ghazni, and elites celebrated boy love in literature. This hypocrisy...
Which is worse, Nazism or Islam? They're the same. Like, even Hitler talked about really liking Islam. So they're the same. I don't think there's really a distinct difference between the two.
Was rationalized via active-passive distinctions, age, pre-beard, loopholes relating to slavery, your right hand possesses, or Sufi mysticism. Section 3. Country Deep Dives. Modern Madrasa Abuse. Today, this continues in Pakistan, India, and Indonesia.
How old do I feel? I feel like I'm hundreds of years old. Not physically. Physically, I feel the same as when I was like, you know, in my 20s, just like stronger and fitter and shit, but I don't know, I have a really weird sense of time. I feel like I've lived for hundreds of years.
Madrasas. Boys sent to learn Quran face rampant sexual abuse, a living hypocrisy far worse than isolated cases like Epstein. Pakistan. Madrasas are infamous. Boys sent for religious education face routine sexual abuse by clerics. Thousands of children are subjected to sexual violence in deafening silence. Reports surface almost weekly. Sodomy, beatings for resistance, families threatened with blasphemy charges if they complain.
Is facing a silent epidemic of child abuse in religious schools. The data on sexual abuse in madrasas remains heavily guarded, but the ground reports and individual cases shed light on a horrific reality. Across Pakistan's Punjab, Sindh and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa provinces, corporal punishment, torture and sexual abuse at religious seminaries is rampant. Pakistan Senate Functional Committee on Human Rights has stepped in to address the issue.
India. Similar scandals in certain madrasas. Poor Muslim boys are especially vulnerable. Investigations reveal grooming, rape, and cover-ups justified as internal matters. Indonesia, the world's largest Muslim country. Multiple high-profile cases in pesantren Islamic boarding schools. Teachers exploiting students, sometimes with networks. Despite reforms, the culture of obedience and gender segregation allows it to fester. This isn't rare. It's rampant enough that locals call it an open secret. Compare to Epstein, one rich man and his circle. Here, thousands of boys across countries, protected by religious institutions that claim moral superiority. The hypocrisy burns. Section 4. Tying it together. Hypocrisy and culture.
Why does this persist? Strict Sharia segregation removes women from public life, creating all-male environments where boys become substitutes. Add unchecked religious authority, poverty sending children away, and a historical tolerance for pederasty, and you get systemic evil. Islam condemns the act on paper, but the culture finds endless workarounds. This tendency to exploit the weak, especially children in religious settings, reveals deeper issues with power and control in these Islamic societies.
Yep. It's funny how all the Muslim apologists want this guy dead. Fucking
It's the
pathetic retards.
Shaping Hamilton. All right, so we are currently en route to Hamilton. We're going to be meeting up with Dan Miles. Some of you may remember Dan. He's been on the channel a few times. He also has an Instagram account called Intervention Intersection, and he's got cameras all over his house, and he basically
I'm dead, bro. Who the fuck told me on this stream was a good idea? Nigga can't even do one push-up. Get this guy a shot of test immediately.
Apparently, he got his testosterone tested, and it was severely hypogonadal. It was like 120 or something. I don't know why he isn't on TRT. It's really weird. Like, you'd think he'd feel like shit and be like super depressed and miserable and crap.
Give me 10. Everybody 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I can't. I'm done.
Yeah, push through, boy. Yeah, he got 100 jumpers. Go.
But I can't. I cannot.
Give me 10.
This is the dumbest fucking gym, dude.
That might explain why you're so wise, VG.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just autistic or something. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Documents what he sees in and around his neighborhood. He's caught murderers on those cameras, a ton of different stuff. Dan told us to come down to Hamilton because with the warm weather, he says it's getting...
Like, Neon's rich, too. Like, it's really weird to me when rich people don't take advantage of their wealth to be, like, healthier and fitter and be, like, a bit more happy and productive and functional. You know, like, Brian Johnson takes it to an extreme, but a lot of these really wealthy people end up getting into, like, health and fitness stuff just because, like, you just feel better. And, like, especially as you get older, you kind of, you know, realize health is wealth. Like, you might be able to get away with shit when you're in your 20s and 30s, but then once you get into your 40s, 50s, really starts affecting you, where you have, like, low libido, you feel like shit, you know, your girlfriends or something aren't attracted to you anymore, and, like, you start feeling sluggish, can't really get through the day all that well. But I mean, the guy, he got his testosterone checked, and it was in the low hundreds, when really it should be in the thousands. So I don't know how he feels okay enough to just get through life. So it's really weird. I had the problem with depression for a really long fucking time. I don't think it was directly related to my testosterone, at least not to like a substantive degree, but I definitely was more emotionally dead. Like I just didn't really feel much. And then getting on test, I just like experienced things more. Like I just felt kind of more joy and pleasure and excitement and, you know, getting into the new relationship. Like I just feel more romance and connectedness and stuff. So like I got my my testosterone checked once before I hopped on gear. It was at 550 or something. When I got my testosterone checked, when I first hopped on, I was taking 210 milligrams testosterone a week. It went up to 2,200. And my estrogen also increased. My estrogen was actually below normal. It was at 19 when I think it should normally be like in the high 20s or like, you know, mid 30s, like around that area. My estrogen went up to 65. And I think that also had a big role to play with like my anger and agitation and like mood instability. Because when I was natural, like I could only get so lean before my mood just took a fucking nosedive, and my estrogen probably ended up getting even lower. I just don't aromatize much, so I don't know how the fuck Neon can get through life living like that. Like, everybody's different, but that's just fucking weird. Like, especially since he gets clowned on so much for being like this beta male pussy, weak and shit. You'd think he'd have some kind of insecurity around that. Like, even if he doesn't want to, like, weight train, why not just go on testosterone? Like, it's so like, he's just a weird retard.
Pretty crazy. It's always been pretty sketchy in Hamilton, but he says recently it's gotten pretty bad, you know, open air drug use, the homeless problem in general. So we're heading down there right now. We should be with Dan very shortly, so stick around.
All right, here we are. So we're gonna head out with Dan. Dan, what do you think? What are we doing today?
Well, we're going to examine some of the...
There was a rugby player who had 55 milligrams per deciliter test? What the fuck? How was he a rugby... That he had to have, like, been on steroids and gone off cycle when he got his testosterone checked. It's either that or he got, like, hit in the nuts repeatedly and it, like, actually damaged his testicles. That's fucking crazy.
Things that are affecting the downtown core of Hamilton, the problems, the issues, the extreme drug abuse, drug sales. It's gotten exponentially worse. We've now had 5 homicides, you know, with firearms and whatnot related to Jackson Square. People are getting shot and killed up here, and the flow of narcotics is completely unchecked and is just taking over the entire neighborhood.
Really? So you would say most of the issues down here stem from drugs?
Absolutely. It's all drug related, and it's all based on, you know, the theft is based on getting more narcotics. The crime is based on more narcotics. Fentanyl and crystal meth are the 2 primary players out here.
Within minutes of leaving Dan's house to explore the city, we witnessed drugs being distributed and an ambulance treating someone outside a church. The church, known as Christ Cathedral, operates a program called the Cathedral Cafe, which provides meals to people in need. While the program's mission is to help vulnerable members of the community, some local residents claim it has also contributed to increased drug-related activity in the area.
This is the sanctuary city, basically, for drug addiction now.
This would be like the big hub where a lot of people would come.
That's right. Oh, look, and here we go. We're gonna run straight into the paramedics, first thing, without any hesitation, right?
Like, are you...
New Frank shorts? Let me take a look. These look nice and retarded.
All of these people getting rage baited and not realizing that the hiplet thing is a meme joke has me dead. It has me dead. Because men are finally fighting fire with fire. This complete...
You know, at this point I would like to just reject this worthless society that's just getting worse and worse and go to live with a baboon family. What say you, VG?
I think I'd rather live on my own than live with baboons. There's some nice monkeys that I wouldn't mind hanging out with, but baboons are kind of aggressive. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
made up ridiculous lie meme that is hiplets is just pure utter nonsense. But that pure utter nonsense is what women choose over logic. Women love emotions and manipulation and crazy stuff. So in the past, when men have tried to use logic and reason and intellect to explain things to women, that hasn't worked. But this low IQ hiplet rage bait is amazing, dude. They're going to have a little meeting and probably figure out some strategy against it eventually. But
what the fuck is this? I literally have no idea what the hell he's talking about. And who's this faggot?
I mean, you couldn't make this up, dude. It's like a hive mind echo chamber that all these girls have to go online, brag about their hookups, and say it's a joke. I'm joking. Do a lot of these young girls really have nothing else going on in their life besides their roster? You know, all of the dudes they hook up with, the baseball, football, soccer, hockey, lacrosse, basketball team, like, I don't want it to be true. I think most guys kind of skip and ignore this stuff because they don't want it to be true either. And is it like a girl code? Do they think most guys are so stupid, they surely don't get confronted in person. If they just laugh it off or say it's a joke, like a guy isn't gonna sit them down like he's their father and say, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing this," but it's not funny to me.
It's just weird, period, to care about any of this horse shit, like what girls post on TikTok. I couldn't give a shit what some dumb slut on fucking TikTok is saying about, like, going out with 3 dudes in one night. I don't care. He's gay. Like it makes even less sense. What does a gay dude fucking care?
Yes, definitely.
Are you recommending that we drink our urine? I wasn't sure whether you said yes or no on that.
Well, I think it's all an individual thing.
I could deadlift 225 when I was 12 years old. Not even saying that is normal for that age, but Neon is 21 years old. Hopefully the inevitable bullying that results from this finally motivates Neon to jump the natty ship and take gear.
Well, he's severely hypogonadal. He should just be on TRT, period, but there are the odd occasions where there are dudes who are extraordinarily physically incompetent, and I've seen them. I used to train hockey players. I'd get kids as young as, like, I think 8 years old up until like mid-teens, and I'd help them with dry land training, so like introduce them to a bit of weightlifting, and also do like cardiovascular conditioning, power, plyometrics, agility drills, stuff like that. And there's some kids that I would, see for a few years. They'd come back to the same gym and go through these hockey training camps and stuff. They would never get better. Like, they would stay slow, stay uncoordinated, stay, like, chubby. I never saw any, like, big chunguses, because, like, they're playing hockey, so they wouldn't get fat, but they'd stay chubby. They wouldn't get any stronger. They wouldn't have much muscle tone. They're never going to be like top performing athletes or anything, or like, look like bodybuilders or whatever, but steroids will at least help you get from absolutely pathetic to like maybe at least normally physically competent. And yeah, like in those cases, they absolutely need some hormonal support. Like steroids do a lot of things. They don't just build muscle. They improve motor learning, nervous system efficiency. So like your ability to actually see somebody perform like a particular exercise or task, like it could be like, jumping, like a long jump or like a karate kick or something. And your ability to replicate that movement just by looking at somebody else doing it. Steroids actually improve your ability to do that. They also improve nervous system efficiency, so your ability to actually produce power and like not only like just lift more weight or have bigger muscles, but your ability to explosively produce power. So your ability to like sprint or do like a long jump. Or jump higher. Like they also do that. They do a lot of like weird cognitive things that also relate to physical performance. There are people who absolutely need steroids to just perform at even just a normal level. And yeah, there are people who should just hop on, even if they haven't like being able to lift much weight. Just because they'll never lift much weight unless they hop on. They're always going to be stuck. Like they just do not respond well to training.
Urine is nothing other than your blood
Thanks.
without a lot
Thanks for
of
the
red
donation,
blood
though, Matthew.
cells.
It's not very toxic if the body's
No.
getting rid of it.
No, because
Did you see any manguses? Not tonight. Yeah, nobody sent me mangus content yet.
if your body knows that you're drinking your urine, it's not going to use the urinary tract as a dump site.
So that could be good or bad. If you're drinking your urine, it's good, but if you want to detox, it's bad.
Well, it depends. I would say if you have problems digesting and utilizing proteins, that's when I suggest that people utilize their urine. Just like in India, people who do not get meat, they have to live on grains, drink their urine. The Sufis, all of them will do it because they don't get enough protein.
Drinking urine will not have you get more protein.
So they continue to drink the urine because they lose a lot of the proteins in their urine, so they'll drink them. And
If you have protein in your urine, that means you have kidney failure. That's actually how they test for kidney failure, if there's protein presence in your urine. So drinking your urine isn't going to have you get more protein. And if there is protein in your urine, you have kidney failure. And then you should probably be on some sort of therapy for it. So like there's drugs that help with, you know, protecting your kidneys and helping them repair to some extent, and you may need dialysis for the rest of your life or a kidney replacement.
Just below Palm Springs. And I picked an old Indian burial ground to die in. So I started fasting myself to death, and then these coyotes would come down every night, wake me up at midnight. They had a thing about midnight. So they would wake me up, and they sound like a bunch of crazy people, howling and screaming, and wake me up, and they'd play this game.
Yeah, he fell off a balcony in Thailand and died. He was at a Thai hotel, and then he leaned on the balcony, and the balcony wasn't constructed properly, and then he fell off and died.
And I realized finally the game was, I had to get a sense of where they were.
He keeps spelling his name wrong, and he keeps spelling it differently.
So it took about almost 2 weeks. So then they hunted and brought me a jackrabbit. Jackrabbit was about a year old, so it was about 7.5 pounds. The ears were about this high. So now, I hadn't eaten meat in 6.5 years at this point, and they're offering me this rabbit. And they've got it ripped open here, and it's bleeding and warm all over my feet. And I thought, well, one of the reasons I became a diehard evangelistic vegetarian was because I didn't want to hurt animals. So here the Easter bunny was on my feet, bleeding, warm. So I had all this compassion and anxiety. There was a vegetarian, and here I was thinking about eating.
Can you help me lose weight? I'm obese as fuck. Yeah. Go on a reputable peptide website and order retatrutide. Start with the lowest effective dose, which in randomized trials is 2 milligrams per week. And if you need to take more because it's not effectively suppressing your appetite, double the dose, go to 4 milligrams. And then if that ends up wearing off or anything, just increase the dose again, up it to 6 milligrams, just increase by 2 milligram increments. Weight loss drugs exist now that actually work. It's not some bullshit over-the-counter crap like Hydroxycut that does fucking nothing but keep you awake at night. It's bizarre to me at this point that people are asking for weight loss advice when there are relatively inexpensive. These drugs are pretty fucking cheap. Just about anybody can afford them. And especially if you're obese. Especially in today's economy, food prices have increased. So if you're fat as shit, you're overeating, and food costs money. So, a month supply of retatrutide is going to run you roughly $80 to $100, something like that, depending on where you're sourcing from. Some sites are a bit more expensive, but like, again, roughly $80 to $100, depending on where you're sourcing it from for a month's supply. You're going to save probably more than that amount of money on food because you're just going to be eating less. So even if you're pretty poor and broke and like an extra $100 expense is kind of a lot for you, if you're going to be spending hundreds of dollars on food each month and you can literally cut your food bill in half because you're eating so much less, it literally ends up paying for itself. So just take the fucking GLP-1 agonist drugs. You don't need to go through a doctor. These peptides are legal to just sell and buy. Just go to a peptide website. They all sell GLP-1 agonists. And just take a fucking GLP-1 agonist. I was just messing around. I'm obese, type 2 diabetic, but I got my number under control and GLPs are amazing. Okay, that's good. I refuse to take GLP drugs to lose weight because of the negative side effects. GLP-1 agonists increase life expectancy. They also lower risk of type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and all cancers combined. So, what negative side effects? Is it a negative to live longer? Do you want to increase your risk of cancer or heart disease or type 2 diabetes? Just because there's a rare amount of people who end up getting diarrhea from them or something, who the fuck cares? And it's also dose dependent. If you only have to go on a small dose to get the desired effect, the likelihood of you getting any kind of side effects from it are pretty low. And a lot of the reported side effects are literally just from eating less. One of the more serious ones, GI stasis, where you literally need surgery to get shit removed from your colon. That is typically from a combination of dehydration and eating the stupidest fucking foods imaginable. So if you're on a GLP-1 agonist and your appetite is crushed to nothing and you stick to your dumb fuck retard fat fuck diet of Oreos and potato chips, but instead of eating 2 bags of Oreos and 5 bags of potato chips, you eat 2 Oreos and a couple potato chips and then you're full. Well, that food has absolutely no fiber. You're creating extremely small bowel masses, and you're probably also not drinking enough and you're dehydrated. Yeah, that can cause GI stasis and severe constipation to the point where it's like a medical emergency. But if you're eating fruits and vegetables and you're also drinking enough water, the likelihood of that is practically zero. The muscle loss thing is also just bullshit. That's based on shit like DEXA scans. DEXA scans do not detect muscle loss. DEXA scans were developed to look at bone mineral density, so diagnosing something like osteoporosis. They can, to some extent, detect muscle mass and fat mass, but they're extremely inaccurate. And if you're dehydrated, it'll show up on a DEXA scan as though you lost muscle. And again, just being on a diet will do that. You will have less body water if you just go on a diet. That's why when people get DEXA scans, after they even go on a mild caloric surplus and lose 10 pounds of body fat, the DEXA scan will show, oh, you also lost 10 pounds of muscle. Well, you didn't lose 10 pounds of muscle. The DEXA scan's just fucking stupid. And so weight loss, period. If you do not lift weights and you're in a strict caloric deficit, you'll lose muscle mass. It has nothing to do with the fucking drugs. So again, any idiot can just follow a basic exercise and diet plan where you go to the gym, lift weights, you consume enough protein, take a protein shake in the morning, have a block of tofu, for dinner, something like that. And you won't lose muscle. Because, again, you're weight training and eating enough protein. But if you don't exercise at all, and then you eat 2 Oreos a day, then yeah, no shit, you're going to lose muscle because you're not eating, you're not exercising, and you're not eating any fucking protein. These people who criticize these GLP-1 drugs are just fucking idiots and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You'll also see in these...
Or, that's sad. I hope whoever constructed that balcony incorrectly was charged for murder.
Yeah, I don't know. It's Thailand. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. On top of that, when you look at these randomized trials that talk about muscle loss, they don't actually say it's muscle loss. They say it's loss of lean mass. Lean mass is not the same as muscle loss. So lean mass is anything other than fat mass. That would include body water. So again, people don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
All of a sudden, this whole sound bite came back of when my uncle was telling my brothers and cousins when they were going hunting, they were going rabbit hunting, that if they caught a wild rabbit, they shot a wild rabbit, they had to cook it thoroughly till it was well done and burned, because they have microorganisms in them that will take over in their intestines, be extremely painful for 48 hours, and will kill you. So that played back, and I understood it, every word of it. I thought, oh, the coyotes want me to help me die quickly. So they know that they become my friends, and if I fast to death, it could be 45, 60 days before I die, and it's going to be miserable. I was already at 2 weeks, and it was pretty miserable. So picked up this rabbit and started pulling, grinding, and, kept coming back up. So I thought of myself back at home. My parents were there over me. Eat those vegetables. Eat those vegetables. So I went back to that place, and I said, okay, I'm going to psych myself into this, cut off my taste buds, everything, and get this down. So I did it. It took about 5 minutes to do that, and then I started eating it, and I was able to eat it. And after about 15 bites, it became tasty. So I ate 3.5 pounds about of that animal. And then the coyote shared the rest. So I was hiking back to my campsite, and I knew I was dying because I felt good. The only times that I had felt good in my life was in my near-death experiences, twice on the operating table when they had to revive me from dead, and once when I was on a recreational drug trip where I died. So, and I left the body, and I remember leaving the body, and there was no pain. And that's what I felt when I was walking back to my campsite after eating this rabbit. So I knew I was dying. Without question, I knew I was dying. I felt good. So went back to the campsite, went to sleep, woke up the next morning, and guess what? I was still in my sleeping bag. There was no white light. There was no...
This guy's like actually unhinged and retarded.
We got...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
I don't know why he thought he could go to one of the most woke spaces in San Francisco and think that it would be fine. I don't know. Maybe he wants these videos to exist.
Oh, Jews should know better. Wow.
Maybe he's getting his licks in. Like he's just getting people to yell at him. Maybe he's farming sympathy. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here, but like, of course this is going to happen. What are you thinking? This is like if I went to a Klan rally, okay? They would probably kill me, all right?
They probably wouldn't. The KKK haven't killed anybody since like the 1960s.
This is like if I went to fucking CPAC. You know? I know what's going to happen if I...
Okay. Hassan is unhinged. I really wish he could just go to jail or be deported. He's so out of touch, he doesn't realize the reason people get annoyed when they watch him spend money. He buys expensive cars when he doesn't care about driving because he likes to flaunt his status. No one cares about a socialist who makes money and enjoys himself. It's his inability to do anything for its own enjoyment and the obsessive nature by which he has to flaunt his wealth. Yeah.
The cuck right will use it against you. Dude, low key, I think like...
Oh.
There are, we've made significant...
I've got a chumbish on me. Hey, chumbish. What you doing, Gum Gum? You want to cuddle? Come cuddle. Yeah, come cuddle. That's a good cuddle cat. Come cuddle. That's a good boy.
Significant gains in terms of like getting people to understand like anti-Zionism, what it means and what Israel's doing. But if there's one avenue that we have not made a single fucking dent in, it's socialism but rich. That shit is catnip for every broke boy on the planet. Okay? Every person making $35,000 a year, when they hear someone go, oh, this guy's a rich socialist, isn't that hypocritical? That is catnip, dude.
Yeah, Hassan's literally fucking retarded. In order to win our support, Scott Wiener would have to be pro-Hamas. Yeah, Jesus. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Twitch guidelines promoting terrorism, and they do nothing. U.S. and European countries have stolen $30 billion in Venezuelan funds. This money should be used to fund Venezuela's universal healthcare emergency services. No, they didn't. I don't know where they got that idea. If you saw these people in the grocery store, what would you do?
Little children's house made in Israel. One of the things we've been doing in Northern Ireland is joining the wonderful crew of BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions, as they go from store to store to store, searching for Israeli products.
I would give them an earful. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fucking Streamlabs still isn't working. I might have to contact support. Ned Living Stonk donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, I've already seen that. I don't think I should watch
This
that.
just keeps getting better and better. They took away Brother's inhaler while making him run up a hill. Brilliant.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Matthew. I can't watch like dangerous, harmful content on YouTube, so like YouTube's just gay.
Excuse me, I'm trans, I'm black, I'm pregnant, I'm gay, I'm Mexican, I'm Palestinian, just trying to get back to Gaza. Gaza.
Okay, it's not funny.
There you go, sir.
License and registration.
Right here.
License and registration.
Have you seen the new werewolf movie trailer, VG?
I have not. I'll take a look in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Front of my wife?
Shit! Oh, God! Oh, fuck my head!
Mom, Pop, order whatever you want.
I'm having that loin of veal.
That's the other place, Mom.
Just the young couple?
Yes, my mom and dad.
Chin down.
100 years.
Chin down. Well, I hope you all enjoy. You're all set for wine, cocktails? Nothing?
Fine, thanks.
Benny, can I get you a martina?
Excuse me?
A martina. It's like a martini, but it's from Albania.
I never heard of that.
Well, apparently they go down real easy. Right, Ben?
We're gonna look at the menu.
Good enough.
In front of my wife?
Okay. Why did that play twice?
Pity for yourself. I go about in pity for myself? I gotta tell you, Bodhisattva, for that is fucking priceless. And you'll...
Yeah, I don't know why you made me watch that.
In front of my wife?
Yeah, that's not the neon video. That's just some random shit from The Sopranos. Dodo donate $2. Thoughts on thoughts. I don't know. Thanks for the donation. Son Goku donated $2. Do you think if Instagram disappears that you'd see a lot less females in the gym? I think TikTok would have to go away for that.
SNAP dollars be spent on sodas?
The purpose of the SNAPS program is to provide families to have food and beverages.
Should
That
it be
means
sent
that
on
spent on sugary sodas.
Ugh, this is such a disingenuous line of questioning. The woman sitting there is too professional to answer these bad faith questions the way they deserve to be answered, so I'll do it. You can ask that about almost any food in the grocery store. Should tax dollars be used to buy sugary yogurt, deli meat, Cheez-Its, frozen pizza, bacon? Once you frame SNAP that way, the program becomes less about reducing hunger, which is the purpose of SNAP, and more about politicians making moral judgments about which foods low-income families should be allowed to buy. Unironically, these are usually the same people who would also be pissed if they saw somebody...
Again, yeah, the idea that broke-ass retards who can't afford healthcare and have to go on social assistance to afford it being given garbage food for free that will only make it that much more necessary for them to get other social assistance from the food that they're being given. Like it's sensible to question whether or not that should be covered on SNAP benefits.
buying a steak with their SNAP dollars.
You think that there are some Americans who need Coca-Cola to survive? Is that your testimony?
Whether or not you need an individual food or beverage to survive is not the benchmark used to determine what's included in SNAP. If it were, SNAP wouldn't exist because there is not a single food or beverage outside of water that humans need to survive. I could hold up a chicken. Do you need chicken to survive? No. Do you need orange juice to survive? No. Do you need oatmeal to survive? No.
Those foods are better than sugary sodas and Cheez-Its.
SNAP exists because it's an anti-hunger program. Its primary goal is to reduce hunger.
You can look at the people on SNAP. They're fat as shit. So, I mean... Yeah, I guess that's successful. They're not hungry, are they? Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the nation, Son Goku. Werewolf trailer. All right, we'll take a look at that. It's really annoying me that Streamlabs isn't working properly. Baron Slayer, Donny Tellers, why did he indirectly mention you in this video?
Another thing, you're wasting your time.
We're gonna watch that anyway. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Child of God, come. Do not dread the darkness. Embrace it.
That's weird. Here's the neon link. But while we're on the subject, did Pat like The Sopranos when she watched it? Maybe you could watch the show together over Discord.
I have no idea if she's ever watched The Sopranos. Don't know. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Hopefully this will be better than that shitty Wolfman movie we got last year.
Looks pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Okay.
Little rocky convert.
Make some water.
Going back.
But I can't.
I want you to fall.
I'm not gonna lie. Wallahi.
All right, kids. Y'all have a great day. Hope all y'all stuff is amazing. Hurry up if y'all want to do it. Come here. Yo, come here.
At least you can go to the air conditioning. Fuck me. What? There's no air conditioning? Water. Me and water. Please, no, but I don't think we're allowed to get water in there.
All right, everybody inside.
Please.
Y'all make this quick. Come on. What's up, money? Are you good? Are you feeling good? Good. Good. What? Huh?
Go get him, man. Fuck you telling me for? Go pop his ass, bro.
What's going on?
I was taking my inhaler. Okay. I was taking my...
No, the inhaler.
Let me see it.
What? No, I just gave it back to him.
Who has it?
Right here, sir. Wait, you're keeping my inhaler?
Yes, motherfucker.
Okay.
This albuterol, this is good. You know, albuterol is good. Albuterol is amazing, but albuterol is the 2 puffs. Okay? I'm gonna hold on to this.
Okay.
You'll get it back tomorrow.
Yeah. Right. This gym is so stupid. I love how they don't let people drink water in the gym, and like not only is that dangerous to not drink water when you're exercising, you're way more likely to like literally get injured, suffer rhabdomyolysis, have muscle or tendon ruptures, shit like that. You can also just die from dehydration. That's what happened to that college wrestler. He ended up having sudden cardiac arrest because he was dehydrated, and his coaches were bullying him. They wouldn't let him drink water. You also need to stay hydrated in order to perform and lift weights. If your muscles aren't hydrated, they can't move weight. So, like, this is just the dumbest gym imaginable. That's the guy from Kick-Ass, right?
I heard of a raving beast that ravished this country.
Keep my husband safe from his cursedness.
Thy soul is cursed. Thy kin accursed. Thy world is cursed.
Christmas. I think I might actually go to the theaters for that. That actually looks really good. All right, dumbass Frank videos.
Out Shopify just in time. Not only were we losing money from these chargebacks because of these gang stalkers filing fraudulent chargebacks, they were receiving product delivered on their doorstep and then going to their bank and getting their money back. Nothing wrong with the product, never contacted us, literally just stealing. And
He's lying. Like, by the way, he's doxed these people and showed where they live. Some of these people who've issued chargebacks, they live in multi-million-dollar mansions. So, what does that tell you?
Meanwhile, that young Niglan Julian or whatever his name was looking bigger and leaner than you while being natty and half your age. Lol, maybe your wife wouldn't have left you if you followed Diamond Gym protocol and actually were in shape, not obese.
Julian doesn't train at Diamond Gym, and he's not bigger. And sometimes he's like, your weight changes. If you're dieting and trying to get lean, you're going to be leaner. I'm not in competition with anybody to be as lean as possible all the time. I don't care. It's great, dude. Thanks.
this is a criminal.
Yeah, so there are people who ordered from him who live in million-dollar mansions. So, like, what does that tell you? They got a product that was bad in some way. Either the order was wrong or something was broken, damaged, spoiled, whatever. And you can look at the reviews for his website. He has no real method of quality control or support. People have emailed him, phoned his business, he doesn't reply, and then they're forced to just issue a chargeback. And then he makes up this retarded story that, oh, it's Jews conspiring against me. Dodo donated $2.
A languid approach from Mikhail Grogue to the opening of this fight. And there is the hands down like Dan Hardy promised. Oh! Head kick! Whoa!
Yeah, that'll happen. Okay, thanks, Dodo.
Offense that the police is refusing to help us with. But not only that, Shopify has this policy that I wasn't aware of. A 10% reserve will be applied on your payouts to ensure your account has enough funds. We got out just in time. They take 10% of your revenue if your chargeback percentage.
They don't take 10% of your revenue. It's a reserve. If you stop ordering, like using their services, they pay you back.
Goes over a certain amount. How messed up is that? These gang stalkers who are ruining my business.
It says right there, these reserves will be released when your chargeback rate is reduced below 1% for 30 days. Like, he can't read and he's lying.
Would have stole 10% of my revenue permanently.
It literally doesn't say that. He literally shows the thing on screen where it doesn't say that.
So I came across this post. A young woman thinking it's cute to be mentally unstable and crazy. I guess because men are a bunch of pigs and just want to get laid, so they'll tolerate whatever behavior these young women throw at them. And then I started thinking about all the other past videos I've seen about women joking about grippy sock facilities, being in literal mental institutions, and how much more common it seems for young women to be in those situations than men. And that reminded me of a video I made a few years ago on birth control, which a very high percent of young women are taking. And birth control is literally toxic levels of estrogen.
It's not.
A hormone that is wreaking havoc on this young woman's mental health. It's as simple as that. And the high percentage of birth
He doesn't even know what birth control is.
control contraceptive usage correlates directly to the much higher percentage of psych medications among young women, which are double to triple the rate of young men.
Okay, he is retarded.
Another thing you're wasting your time on is working out in the gym. And if you notice on TikTok,
girls don't care about muscles. There's literally research on this. There's obviously a limit where if you look like Ronnie Coleman, women don't find that attractive. But in these attractiveness studies with the male models they use, the men with the biggest, strongest look to them, especially when you look at shoulder width, women found them more attractive. So there's a reason why dudes like Henry Cavill, who's the guy who played Thor, Chris Hemsworth, like there's a reason why they're considered the most attractive men in Hollywood. They're big, muscular, manly looking. They look jacked. There's a lot of there's a lot of very simple explanations for why women would find more muscular men attractive. Probably an evolutionary thing. Well, it has to be an evolutionary thing. Like, one, it's just sexual differentiation. Men are just bigger and stronger. So if you look more manly, that's just going to be more attractive to women. There's probably also another thing. It has to do with like just social dynamics with mate preference. Men who are more of a threat to other men are seen as more attractive to women. So if you're more capable of committing violence against other men and winning a fight, which also gives you like higher social status and stuff, women also find that more attractive. And again, I can speak from personal experience. The bigger and stronger and more muscular I've gotten, the more attention I get from women. Like, that was especially apparent when I hopped on steroids, where I just fucking morphed. The amount of girls who ended up following me and messaging me on Instagram just exploded. Like, it was very fucking noticeable. When I was in Australia with Pat, like, girls would literally comment on how muscular I was, like, right in front of her and shit. Like, it's just the case. Like again, look at the most, considered the most attractive men in Hollywood. They're all very muscular. So like Chris Hemsworth, Henry Cavill, there's that black dude I don't like. He was in the Creed movies. He's kind of a faggot and just corny retard, but he was also in he was the villain in Black Panther. What's his fucking name? You know who I mean. Brad Pitt, who for the longest time was considered the like most attractive man in Hollywood. I remember when he's just a good looking guy in general. Like his face, yeah, Michael B. Jordan. That's who I was thinking of. Brad Pitt is just a good looking guy in general. He doesn't really need to be muscular to be good looking. But I remember when Troy came out and he got way more muscular than he is normally for Troy. I remember the attention that he was getting from women just went through the fucking roof when he packed on a bunch of muscle for Troy. That was probably his most attractive look, just based on just what I saw from women at the time. So, Leonardo DiCaprio, Robert Pattinson, like, yeah, there's dudes that are just attractive. I mean, not every girl has to have big tits and a big ass to be attractive. There's a lot of different body types that you're still going to be attractive. But the point I'm making is they would be seen as more attractive if they were muscular. You don't have to be muscular to be attractive. But the point I'm making is being more muscular as a man makes you more attractive, you fucking idiot.
The only muscular dudes getting attention are the ones that are already tall and attractive.
Well, to be fair, I was already tall and attractive, but again, this is an admission that he's wrong about his stance here. So girls do care about muscles. If you have more muscles, you're more attractive. You don't need muscles to be attractive, but if you are stronger and more muscular, you are going to be more attractive.
And if you think, oh, I'm going to be a fitness influencer, oh, girls are going to like me when I get muscles, I've been there, done that.
He's a gay retard. Women won't have any interest in you either way because you're a gay fucking retard. So like, what the fuck is he talking about?
The bodybuilder, all in my late teens, early 20s, nothing.
Dude, we saw those old bodybuilding photos of him. He was a fucking skinny twink. It was only like a few years ago when he hopped on steroids that he actually got a lot more muscular. And again, I can guarantee you, if he wasn't a gay retard and wasn't like one of the weirdest, most awkward, unlikable people imaginable, and he wasn't gay, he would have gotten more attention from women.
Nothing ever came of it. The only people getting attention from being muscular and working out are the dudes that are already tall and handsome. Now, that being said...
Well, no shit. If you're ugly and muscular, you're still going to be ugly. Like, if there's some ugly fucking jacked up chick and she gets a boob job, she's still going to be ugly. She just has bigger tits. It's not going to make her more attractive. Like, this is just retarded.
You should try to get in shape, get a little bit of muscle, but this crazy bodybuilding stuff is a whole different story. Once you have like a six...
Very few people are going to be able to look like bodybuilders, even on steroids. So again, this is just fucking stupid.
Pack abs and your arms are a little muscular. Anything beyond that is not going to help you at all.
So again, you can look at my photos on Instagram. I was already very muscular before I hopped on steroids. Like, again, most dudes are not going to be able to look like me naturally. And, like, honestly, most dudes probably wouldn't end up looking like me even on steroids. That was me totally natural. And then I hopped on steroids. I got way more fucking attention from women after I hopped on steroids. So again, this idea that, oh yeah, you're not going to get a benefit beyond this. Well, yeah, that's just bullshit. You do. Totally untrue. You can. I've even seen videos that people make where they interview random women and they ask if they think Chris Bumstead is attractive. Chris Bumstead was the Mr. Olympia physique champion for how many years? That guy's fucking massive, just ridiculously jacked. I think he was like 250 on stage, or no, he was like 240 on stage. And I think off season he walked around like 260, 270, something like that. That's a huge fucking dude, especially for like, 6'1" or 6'2", whatever he was. That's fucking huge. Like most women found him very attractive. So like it's just retarded. There's like technically no upper limit. Like nobody's going to end up looking like Ronnie Coleman. It's extremely rare that anybody can get that big no matter how much steroids they take. So don't worry about it. Just try to get as big and muscular as you fucking can.
In fact, it might make you look worse, especially if you're short and you start getting into stubby territory. If your limbs aren't that long, then a little muscle's okay.
Why use steroids? You really don't need it. Why buy a Ferrari? You don't need it. Why drink orange juice? You don't need it. Why eat toast? You don't need to toast. Just eat bread. Like, it's a stupid question, dude.
So we're reading.
Like, you're a fucking idiot.
Reading a comment that was left on this video, my freezer after the Whole Foods ice cream sale. They're talking about this product in the top left here. Those cookies and cream culture cups taste like deodorant, unfortunately. And this is what I mean when I say these big industrial manufacturers don't care about quality. Some of them aren't even cleaning the container before they put the product in it. And if you're a business owner,
the reason a lot of these foods taste like shit has nothing to do with cleaning chemicals being used in the industrial production of these products. Americans have the worst taste sensibilities imaginable. These products that are popular in the United States, they don't sell in Europe, and they actually have different formulations for European countries because they just have better taste sensibilities. So like a good example of this is Hershey chocolate bars. In the United States, they add Carnauba wax or something. They add wax to the chocolate because it's a cheaper filler than using actual cocoa mass. So they're able to sell these chocolate bars for cheaper in the United States because Americans can't tell the difference. They don't care. So their profit margins increase by just adding like weird fillers and taking out some of the ingredients that actually add taste and flavor. But they can't do that in like countries in Europe because they're like, oh, this shitty chocolate. So a lot of these foods just are not formulated well, and they have cheaper ingredients that are safe to eat, but they're just cheaper fucking ingredients that don't have much flavor. And then, yeah, some people with good taste discrimination will say it tastes bland or it tastes like deodorant because probably has like wax and other fillers in it that just don't taste good. It has nothing to do with the cleaning chemicals or anything they use. Like, again, other countries have similar safety standards where they have to use, the same cleaning products to clean their industrial equipment. But why use steroids? You really don't need it. What do you think steroids do? What is a need basis to you? Why buy a Ferrari? You don't need it. A fucking Toyota drives. Like, you can go on the highway and everything in a Toyota. Why buy a Ferrari? I don't know what you how you expect me to answer that stupid fucking question. It's just beyond fucking retarded.
or you've ever done stuff in batches.
Oh, am I still vegan? Congratulations, you're banned. My channel's Vegan Games. I upload content about veganism to this day. Are you still vegan? Bye. You're an idiot. I don't want you in my chat. You're fucking stupid. Why would I fucking waste my time interacting with somebody who's literally a fucking baboon who can't understand fucking jack shit and is so stupid they have to ask me if I'm still fucking vegan?
If you buy an empty plastic, cardboard, or glass container from somewhere and you smell it when it's empty, even if it's clean, there's still some chemical residues from where it was stored or where it was made, whatever that is. And in addition to that, the cleaners and chemicals and stuff they're putting on that industrial machinery. Every single item used to make your product needs to be cleaned in a certain way, which is why on Frankie's Free Range Meat, we're using a very light natural iodine cleaner and filtered water to make sure that every single component of the process is conducive to the end product taste.
Yeah, I think he might end up giving somebody salmonella. It sounds like he's not cleaning shit properly.
And quality. And another crazy thing, because all these...
Like, we've seen this guy literally touch the food he sells for no reason, and he has these, like, disgusting dirt-filled fingernails.
These are owned by...
I even saw him have, like, a cut on his hand, and he had a Band-Aid around it, and he was literally touching food that he was planning on selling.
Billionaire corporate lunatics, they'll just leave the product out there, let a bunch of suckers buy it, and then just end the business and start a new one, because that company's reputation, I promise you, is ruined. They would rather sell all of that product that they know is bad to make their money back on it, and then just start a whole new company instead of doing the right thing, which would be a recall. They'd lose a lot of money, they'd lose a lot of customers, they'd have to try to gain their trust back, but being honest.
That's funny coming from a guy who has horrible fucking reviews for his meat business, and everybody's saying they, like, didn't get the right order, or the stuff they ordered was rotten or spoiled or something, or tasted fucked up. Yeah.
And open and admitting what was wrong is best in the long run, because even if those people start a new company and try to launch something, there are people that might not even buy ice cream from Whole Foods anymore, because they'll have this experience with multiple brands. They'll be like, oh, that brand was bad, that brand was bad. I'm not trying any new brands until I know that someone else tells me that this product is good. So, I mean, again, they're selfish. They only care about money. They're too big to fail. And, this is why I get shadow banned and censored, because if on...
Nobody's shadow banning or censoring him. He's just an unlikable retard. Nobody wants to watch his shit content.
Honesty and integrity and quality were all that mattered.
Yeah, honesty, integrity, quality. Just look at the reviews on his website.
I'd be the only person in business.
Uh-huh. He's genuinely one of the most delusional people I've ever seen. He's like Blaha levels delusional.
Oh, look at this.
How's your workouts going? Any PRs lately? No PRs. I'm just getting back into training after the Australia trip. So I've been taking things kind of slow.
This thing, definitely not petite like a Japanese person. This is the biggest sweet potato I've ever seen. If you guys aren't familiar, these are Japanese sweet potatoes. That's why I made the Japan joke. This, I'm guessing my guys put.
This guy is so retarded, he sees a big potato and he's like, big potato! Yeah, buy food from this guy. Holy Go into any fucking grocery store, you'll see a potato that's bigger than other fucking potatoes. And this is the fucking content he uploads to his YouTube channel. Big potato! And then he wonders why nobody watches his content.
Put this on the table over here because of the sheer ridiculousness of how big it is. I wasn't sure if I could pick, dude. It's way bigger than my head. Dude, what? Oh my God. Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is hilarious. I bet you.
Yes, only a retard would find a big potato funny.
I bet you didn't.
This is like Idiocracy. This is what millions of, this is what like a few hundred years of retard breeding like results in. Potato, he farted.
I think it looked that big on the table. Did not look nearly as big on the table. This is hilarious, dude. These are the organic Japanese sweet potatoes we have on Frankie's Free Range.
This Frank guy is a baboon.
Pretty sure a baboon would outsmart him. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Sweet in the starch package.
Responding to calls like this quite often, or?
So I don't work on an ambulance anymore. I'm with the Social Navigator program.
Right.
So it's a partnership that we have with Hamilton Police, who work with the heavily marginalized homeless population and whatnot, right? So these aren't so much calls that I'm responding to. These are ones from people that I've come across that require extra attention that I'm not able to give.
What do you think about the city right now?
Right now it's, summertime it's looking a lot better than the winter.
Yeah.
It looks great. Oh, the church is garbage. They got to get rid of that.
Like,
you got to get rid of them down there. I gotta say, the streets
you
look
gotta
get rid of them
crap.
down there.
But it's addiction, I get that. But the businesses around here are suffering because of that.
Yeah.
The people that go to the church, they have to go in the back way to go to church. That's pretty bad.
Crime rate's gone through the f***ing roof.
Hi, Nick.
The people that live in this neighborhood are old Italian and Portuguese people. They don't call the cops. When these people that come from all different parts of the country, they're not Hamiltonians.
Right.
There's not that many fucking homeless Hamiltonians. They get bussed in. So what they do is they just fucking exchange. Today you take 20, 30. Tomorrow we'll bust them to another. And they just keep doing.
Yeah, municipalities do that. They get sick of their homeless population and they pay homeless people money to just get bussed into another city. Some of them get like $500 or something, and they're like, "We'll give you $500 to leave." It's
On a
hilarious.
merry-go-round.
What do you think the city should do?
I think that they should get a new mayor, which is going to happen, I hope.
They're all drug addicts. Just lock them in jail.
But I'm too old for all this bullshit. But you see the debris, eh?
Yeah.
The wheelchair capital of the world is what I call it.
Do police?
Any reason you discontinue the green backlighting in the basement? Not really. I don't know if my light is still back there. I think I moved it at one point and then I just didn't put it, like, I was moving shit around in the basement and cleaning up to get more space, and then yeah, I guess I moved the light somewhere and then I just didn't put it back up.
Does there anything ever give people a hard time for using drugs?
To a certain extent, but you're allowed.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Core 4 is destroying high-budget Hollywood movies. It has a higher popcorn meter than Toy Story 5, Supergirl, and Disclosure Day. I mean, obviously, it's Bleach. It's gonna be better than all of these, bro. Look at these popcorn meters right here. 98 on popcorn meters for Bleach.
Bleach looks like fucking shit. And like, again, comparing it to Supergirl, like, yeah, no shit. But yeah, like, you're not really, I don't think you're going to convince me that Bleach is any good. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Allowed to have this like stuff on you
As
now.
far as I know, it's decriminalized.
Right.
For like a certain amount.
You're only allowed to have a certain amount on you before you can actually get arrested.
What's the most common drugs on the streets right now that people are using?
Fentanyl.
All they have to do is lock up people for for doing public use. So if you see somebody fucking swallowing pills or injecting a needle on the fucking street or being like zonked out of their minds with the whole backwards lean thing, just lock them in fucking jail. I was talking to a taxi driver who said he doesn't think they can do that because then the prison system would be overpopulated. Like, these people are fucking destroying society. So like, just get the tax revenue to just increase the prison sizes, lock them up, and then if they do it again, lock them up. If they do it again, just lock them up. Some of them will learn, and like, you know, there's programs in prisons to help them get clean and everything. But you can't have people living like this on the fucking street. It just solves the problem. And I've heard some pushback against that, like, oh, but if they get arrested for public intoxication or openly using, they'll just find an abandoned building or something and then overdose and die. Okay, good. Then they're not going to do drugs and commit crime anymore. They're dead. You don't have to worry about them. It was their choice. They're adults. They assumed the risk. If they wanted to risk dying for some dumb drug, great. They're not doing anything for anybody. They're degenerate fucking scumbags that are just going around committing crimes, destroying fucking businesses and shit. They're wasting fucking tax dollars because there's all these like fucking retarded social welfare programs. And they interact with the police and shit. Yeah, have them fucking overdose in a fucking abandoned building. You don't have to worry about them again. And then the ones that you do find, lock them the fuck up. Some of them will get clean because they're not using anymore. And again, these prison systems have programs that can help them. They can, learn new skills or trades and shit while they're in prison. They can have probation that'll help them stay clean and all this shit. And some of them can get their lives back together. And then there's some fucking idiots, as soon as they get out again, they'll start using and causing fucking problems. Lock them right the fuck back up. It's all you have to do. Lock up the fucking troublemakers, but they don't want to do it.
Fentanyl? Crystal meth?
Yeah. Crack cocaine.
If you don't have to answer this, but are you guys using?
Yeah, I am a user.
No offense, but it's pretty cowardly to just block ban others for asking you simple, legit questions. It's not a legitimate question, and it's not cowardly. The guy's a retard. On a channel called Vegan Gains, where, again, I regularly, still to this day, upload content about vegan-related shit. On my streams, I react to carnist retards like Paul Saladino. It should be enough to just see my channel name, Vegan Gains, and then he asks me, "Are you still vegan?" You're banned. I don't have to deal with, literal, drooling, inbred fucking retards. It's not cowardly. It's called not wasting my fucking time. And I wasn't gonna ban him. He was just being, a dumb basic bitch, asking, some stupid fucking question that's, impossible to answer because he's not describing what a need basis is, why that matters for making a fucking decision. I explained this to him. He still didn't fucking understand. I was just going to fucking ignore him. And then I realized, oh, you're actually an inbred fucking troglodyte retard. See ya. You're not going to waste my time. You're not going to fill my chat up with fucking retarded nonsense. So, what's the problem with banning fucking time-wasting fucking retards? And no, Tempest isn't cool. He's a fucking dumbass. But aren't you in favor of killing carnivorous animals? Uh-oh, retard alert, retard alert.
So
I am because my kids got taken.
If someone came up to you right now on the streets and said, "We'll take you in, we'll get you sobered up, and we'll get you into treatment."
When are you going to rebuke Coach Colton? I don't think I'm going to waste my time. I thought about it a bit. Who fucking cares? The guy is just a fucking drama queen. He just makes clickbait drama content, and he's not interested in any actual fucking journalism, clearly. Again, this guy has direct access to me if he wanted to, understand anything, why I went on steroids, what I'm taking, for how long, this and that. He didn't do any of that. He's messaged me on Instagram before. He could have just asked these basic questions, but instead, he made this bullshit narrative about me. The reason I hopped on steroids is because of a relationship breakup, which is totally untrue. He also was saying, "Who knows what he's taking? Oh, I'm sure he's taking a lot." He could have just asked all these questions. And again, this bullshit about he's pulling up fucking video clips from over 10 years ago. Who the fuck cares? It's so bizarre, too. Because you can just tell I look so much fucking older. So, it's weird. If somebody looks like a literal fucking child, and then you, you show some weird clip of them when they're so much fucking younger, and then you show what they look like now, and they have, fucking gray hair and a beard and shit, and then, you try to create this narrative that there's some crazy, unhinged, fucking problematic lunatic. Just like, whatever. I don't fucking care. He can whine and cry about me all he fucking wants. I'm not gonna bother giving him attention.
We'll try our best to get you off the drugs. Would you guys accept that?
Personally, I would, because I'm trying to get my kids back.
You would accept that, eh?
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I would too.
So why is the city, do you think the city's doing enough to get people off drugs, or are they aiding people into using drugs?
They kind of push you to use it because they don't help.
They push you to use it.
But not them in general, but they don't help you, so you have no choice.
You have no choice but to use drugs. Yeah, that's exactly what you'd hear from an addict. They take no responsibility. They have no personal accountability. They lie and manipulate people. They steal and cheat to feed their addiction. These are just fucking scumbags.
Okay, I didn't live on the streets for a while. I did have a house, and then I became homeless.
Yeah.
And how did you become homeless? I can guarantee you it was from drug addiction.
You can't be homeless and not use because it's cold.
The drug addiction.
Yeah, you can be homeless and not use drugs. And again, the reason she became homeless is because she used drugs. I can guarantee you. Like, look, it's hard getting by for a lot of people. Like, I get it. Not everyone's as fortunate as me. But the idea that you can't, like, and they're like, it's Canada. There's so many fucking social assistance programs that will help prevent you from being homeless. If you get laid off your job, you like, they will pay you practically indefinitely as long as you can prove that you're looking for work. So if you keep submitting resumes and going to interviews and you can prove to them that you're actually trying to get a job, I'm pretty sure like these workers' compensation program things, they last for a very fucking long time, if not indefinitely, as long as you can prove you're still looking for work. So these people become homeless because they're drug addicts and they just do degenerate fucking horse shit. And they just don't want to work. They don't want to get clean. And then their addiction takes over their fucking life and they just don't give a fuck anymore. And then when you ask them this shit, like no accountability.
Is absolutely correlated with the homelessness 100%. And when you have apartments going for $1,800 out here, these people who are only getting $1,300 max, they don't have a hope in hell to begin with.
It's quite obvious. There's a lot of people just openly using drugs out here, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Has it always...
Sanctuary City.
Sanctuary City, eh?
Yeah.
Has it always been like this?
I don't come down here much.
Wow.
Well, when I'm working, it seems like it, yeah.
Thanks, man. Do you see a lot of crazy stuff walking around here?
I imagine you do.
You see people freaking out, cracked out.
Yeah.
Just doing a lot. That's about it.
I don't think they pay you enough for what you do. I've seen what you pick up, man.
Yeah, it's like the needles and stuff's pretty gross.
Yeah.
Dan took us to a farmer's market located inside one of the city's most popular malls, an area that has also been affected by the drug crisis. We spoke with a woman who owns and operates a Mexican grocery store and restaurant within the market. She told us that she has witnessed drug deals and other related activity taking place directly in front of her business.
I think they don't want it.
No, there's no homeless where I live. It's just a really, really small town, so... yeah, there's no homeless around here.
I think they can help these people, but the way that you need to get these people is moving to another place.
I also live in a really isolated area. Like, there's no public transit or anything. So, yeah, the fact that it's isolated, you really need a car to get around anywhere. Like, there's just not ever going to be homeless people here.
Like, in these people in another countries, they go to work in the farmers for contribution to the society, but they receive money and they use a lot of drugs.
They need rehab.
Yes.
They need help.
Yes.
Instead of helping them to continue using drugs.
Yes. Because right now they are totally dysfunctional, disconnect. Fentanyl is super bad. Fentanyl was created in Tijuana, Mexico, but the fentanyl that we have in Mexico is not the same, but they are using here. This is worse. Worse. The people became totally crazy. So it's dangerous because they became more aggressive.
They sell drugs
Here.
inside
Inside in the bar. I catch it in video.
Is it You have it on video, right?
Yes, and I sent everything to the police, and right now,
Yeah, modern dating's a mess, especially online dating. I wouldn't even bother. Unless you're using a very specific dating app, like the vegan dating apps seem pretty okay. Before I met Pat, I was using what is it, Vegally? For the most part, the people on there seem fine. I had one date set up on there. I didn't actually go through with it because I ended up getting with Pat. But yeah, the people on that dating app seem fine. Like they're vegans and shit. But holy crap! Fucking what's the big one? Tinder. It's just unhinged. I was trying to look for vegan girls on Tinder. Literally, 100% of the vegan girls on Tinder, I'm not exaggerating, they're all in these weird cuckold polyamorous relationships. So these chicks are either married or they have a boyfriend, and literally in their profile.
Hey Richard, what do you think of peptides like retatrutide for weight loss?
They're great. I'm on retatrutide right now. I'm probably gonna stay on GLP-1 agonists indefinitely, for a variety of reasons. Not just weight control. They're just good for you. Reta in particular is really good for lowering your cholesterol. So it just protects against heart disease. A lot of people don't know this, but most people have a gene for type 2 diabetes. I think there's at least 8 genes for type 2 diabetes. You can avoid becoming diabetic if you live a good healthy lifestyle. But over time, as you age, if you have even one of these genes, your insulin sensitivity will go down just naturally, even with an ideal lifestyle. So it does help protect against type 2 diabetes. And again, most people are going to be susceptible to it regardless of lifestyle. That's why you'll see people like Tim Noakes. Tim Noakes was an endurance runner. He was very lean and he became type 2 diabetic. So again, there you go. There also seems to be, they also protect against all cancers combined, so your overall risk of cancer is lower. People on them live longer, period, just lower risk of all-cause mortality. There also seems to be benefits with your joints. They may actually have a direct metabolic impact on joint remodeling. So people, regardless of weight loss, report less joint pain, and there's some evidence to suggest that they increase collagen synthesis in your joints. So I already have osteoarthritis in my left knee because of the surgeries and the infection I had. So again, probably a good idea for that reason to just stay on them. And I have just anecdotally noticed when I'm on retatrutide, my knees do feel better, particularly my left knee. I just have less pain. I'm able to train better and easier. So I'm going to stay on them probably indefinitely. It's just during weight loss phases, I'll use a dose that will help with weight loss. And then when I'm not in a weight loss phase and I need to eat more, I'll just lower the dose to a point where it's not substantially lowering my appetite, if at all. But yeah, retatrutide so far is the most effective weight loss drug, by far. They've reported up to 35% weight loss in some trials, which is crazy. That's without any diet or exercise intervention involved. And the interesting thing with Reta, there's no tapering off point. So with semaglutide and with Ozempic and with tirzepatide, what you'll see is people will lose a certain amount of weight and then they plateau. With Reta, at least for the duration these trials have lasted, they just keep losing weight. It's just a consistent downward trend. And that's with every dose. So starting from 2 milligrams up to 12 milligrams, you consistently see weight loss over time, and it doesn't slow down. It's just the slope changes. So on the lower 2 milligram dose, the slope is like this, and on the higher, like 12 milligram dose, the slope is just steeper. So there's faster weight loss, but there's no plateau. So it's an extremely effective drug. So especially if you really have trouble losing weight and you're obese, highly, highly recommend something like Retta. So they're really good. Thanks for the donation, Danny.
There are several psychos on Vegly and in the vegan dating pool, so still be careful. Also got my blood work done and my total cholesterol is 101, LDL 53, cool face emoji.
That's really good. Those are very good numbers. You're at a incredibly low risk for heart disease. Yeah. I mean, there's crazy bitches everywhere, so. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation. But yeah, every fucking chick who is vegan that I saw on Tinder, literally every single one without fail, they were either married or had a boyfriend, and they were in like a cuckold relationship where their boyfriend or husband isn't allowed to date anybody, but they're allowed to have multiple boyfriends. And like in their profile, they'll say married. I have like 2 or 3 boyfriends right now, looking for a 4th or a 5th. It was fucking insane. And in my area, it's particularly bad because I live in like a rural area where a lot of people do hunting and fishing and shit. So again, like every other fucking profile, it's chicks either hunting or fishing or some crap. I think that's also why I got very few matches on my Tinder profile. Like I mentioned that I'm vegan, so I'm sure they see that shit and they're like, eh. And yeah, just a lot of crazy, insane fucking chicks. Like you'll have women who are like just an absolute fucking and they admit it in their profile. Like, oh, single mother, I got pregnant at fucking 16. I'm addicted to drugs. I'm a handful. Like, and then they'll like, that's their profile where they like just admit they're fucking insane train wrecks. So, yeah, Tinder is really fucking bad, really bad. And for some fucking reason, there's like trannies and cross-dressers that were like hitting me up. Like the trannies kind of make sense. Like, you know, they're trans, like they see themselves as women. Some of them are like the ones that contacted me were not passable, but like, yeah, whatever. There's some trans chicks that are passable looking for straight dudes, whatever. I don't know how. Like I figured when they set up matches and you make your profile, you say you're straight, they wouldn't have access to your profile, but somehow they had access to my profile. I was getting fucking matches with cross-dressers for some fucking reason. And they weren't even good cross-dressers. Like that, it was really fucking weird. And just a lot of fucking single moms. Like some of them aren't train wrecks. Like a lot of them are. Like again, chicks that got pregnant in fucking high school, but some of these chicks are just like 40 and stuff, and they had children that were older, but yeah, it's an absolute fucking mess.
Thank you for the response, Rich, and sorry to interrupt the dating app talk.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Thanks for the donation.
A lot of business are shutting down the business because they cannot handle anymore. Neighbors, even neighbors here, they are moving for another areas. So we don't have to, I don't want the center of Hamilton die for this reason.
Earlier this year, a 14-year-old boy reported...
Would you date a smoking hot transsexual woman? Like, I don't know. I'm not necessarily opposed to it, but it would probably be weird having your partner with a penis, so I don't know if that would just be a deal breaker for me. Like you know, I like butts and stuff, but that might be a deal breaker. Like, I've seen trans women that I find attractive, but like if they get naked and I see a dick, like, I don't know, that might just give me the ick.
Shot a 16-year-old inside the mall.
Police responded to reports of shots fired inside Jackson Square. Our officers arrived and found a 16-year-old male that had sustained gunshot wounds. This young male was transported to hospital where he was subsequently pronounced deceased.
The victim died just outside this tech shop. Do you feel safe out here?
No.
You don't feel safe, eh?
Well, if she doesn't feel safe, she can get off drugs, get a job, and get an apartment or something, but they just want to do drugs, so they can complain all they fucking want, right?
Are you currently using any substances?
Yeah, hard and down.
Hard and down?
Yeah.
So that would be crystal and fentanyl?
Crack and down.
Crack and down, okay. Now let me ask you this. If someone came up to you right now and said, come with me, I'll take you, I'll get you help, I'll get you treatment, we'll get you cleaned up, we'll get you working, would you accept that help?
No.
Nope, they want to be homeless, so why are they complaining, right? So they want to live this life.
You don't want to get clean?
Not right now.
Not right now? Is it maybe something that you'd consider down the road?
Yeah.
Is that something that you guys would consider? Yes? But do you think that the city should maybe put more resources into getting you guys off the drugs rather than just condoning it?
For me, I self-medicate because sometimes like they misdiagnose like the diagnoses that are there, but they can't detect it.
Oh, I self-diagnose and self-medicate. Yeah, so these people need to be locked up. Never listen to a fucking drug addict. These are the most manipulative fucking liars on the fucking planet. Like, again, you should ask yourself, why are they homeless? Like, most people have family and friends where if they're really down bad, their family and friends would help. Like, oh yeah, you can stay until you get back on your feet, get a job. Like, most people have a situation like that. Why are no friends or family talking to them, helping them, nothing? It's because they're manipulative liars who fuck over everyone they come into contact with. They manipulate, lie, cheat, steal shit. Like, these people are fucking scumbags.
Exactly, because like it's something like your earwig.
Right.
Earwigs like could be dangerous.
Yeah.
It's where like when they go into your ears, and that's exactly why they're called earwigs. Like you did it hard to get out, and I don't know, like that's why I saw it.
I have earwigs that go into my ear, and then I go to the doctor, and they misdiagnose me, and in order to deal with the earwigs that are in my ear, I take fentanyl and crack. Right.
Because like I get these jolts in my head, and when I'm on the like the drugs, which is medicine, like it helps like with that, so that I'm not like falling over and smashing my head on the ground.
You said earlier you came here from Alberta 10 years ago.
About 10 years ago, like, cause I was actually incarcerated for like 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's been longer than 10 years, but like when I went in, everything pretty much like went like to a standstill, like even the dates and like all that, like everything shut down.
Well, guys, we've only been out
Right. This person's a retarded liar.
here for a little bit, and look what we've seen. We're talking to people on the streets, getting the real story, boots on the ground journalism. Go to fixourcities.com, sign the petition, have your voice heard. Maybe the politicians, people in power will do something to clean up cities like Hamilton and cities all across Canada that are dealing all. And as you can see behind us, not the greatest sight, but it is what it is. And Dan is telling us that when we go around the corner here, it's gonna be a little chaotic, so let's see what happens. I gotta be honest, I see a lot of people out and using drugs in the open and stuff. What do you guys think? What? Yeah.
I don't think they should be doing it.
I think it's dangerous for their health.
It's easier said than done.
It is. It's easier said than done, right? If someone was to come up to you right now and say, "Let's get you treatment. Let's get you off the drugs. We'll get you clean and sober," would you accept that?
No, I'm not ready for that.
Maybe it's something
I
down.
don't want to waste somebody's money and time, really.
So maybe down the road.
It's possible.
Possible.
It is possible. I've quit on my own.
So where do you?
I joined the carnies and got away from the city and actually had no drugs for 2 months.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing.
Do you ever get robbed?
Oh yeah.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do get robbed.
I just
You
got
do
robbed
get-
with my wallet, my phone, everything.
Really?
My money.
Wow.
People are like,
Do you? So I know you said you might not want to get help, but do you think that the city should do more to get people help instead of maybe aiding the drug use?
Yeah, lock them up. That'll help them. Put them in jail. They can't do drugs if they're in jail, right?
Because they hand out. I see that they hand out pipes and different stuff like
yeah,
that.
they do. That's so people use clean stuff. and
Right.
the dirty stuff so they don't
Like
get sicker than
safe supply, right?
Exactly.
So there's no.
The safe supply thing is fucking stupid. Like, especially when you're talking about pipes. The needle exchange programs make sense. Like again, you can either have drug addicts or you can have drug addicts that have HIV. These needle exchange programs have been proven to work. They massively reduce HIV infections. I'd rather have these drug addicts go to these needle exchange programs, use clean needles, and be able to like dispose of their needles rather than just throw them all on the street and have like kids step on them or something and then like risk infecting other people with HIV. Why in the fuck are you giving like meth addicts meth pipes? Like, they're on meth. The idea that, oh, it's safer if they have a clean pipe. Like, what the fuck? Canada's fucking insane. Just dumb as shit. These people need to be locked in prison. That's it.
When you get out, there's no plan, no structure, right? You go back to the shelter
It's
and.
hard when you don't have a place, right? Like you can seclude yourself.
It's so hard when I don't have a place. And then you ask these people, oh, okay, do you want to go to a program where they'll, get you clean and set you up with a job and you can work and have your own apartment and stay clean? No, I want to be homeless and get robbed and raped and risk getting like stabbed and murdered and stay a drug addict. Like they're just trying to get sympathy from people so that they can get free money, free drugs. Like, they're just pathetic.
Your own place if you have one.
Right. Where are you from originally?
I was born here, but I grew up in Thornhill. I don't know.
Thornhill? Oh, wow.
I had a bakery up there.
Oh. Do you have, can I see the drugs?
I don't have any. Do you? I have it on a page, like on the burn.
Can you show us?
When you burn.
Here, come, reach out. So that's, what is that there?
That's fentanyl.
That's fentanyl? So do you smoke that?
Yeah.
Do people inject it too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't.
What's more common, smoking it?
Yeah, I would say.
Smoking it, eh? Yeah.
People even smoke it.
So let me get this straight. So the city will hand out Dilaudid's.
They'll give people 26 a day.
And then, so this is where it's important.
I get 24.
Yeah, believe it or not, the Canadian government literally gives fucking these pathetic retards free drugs. It's just brilliant. But if we don't give them the drugs, they'll take dangerous drugs. Give me free steroids. If you're going to give these people free Dilaudid's to stay degenerate drug addicts, give me free steroids.
So they have,
like, especially growth hormone. Like, I'd love to not have to spend money on growth hormone. Like, that's the most expensive drug I use. Give me money for growth hormone. If you're going to give these fucking degenerate retards, drugs to stay degenerate fucking retards who steal shit and fucking ruin businesses and shit, give me growth hormone.
I think a lot of these people are schizophrenic. I know someone who became homeless and jobless because they believe they are a targeted individual. Look up targeted individual. There's a whole online community that feeds these people's delusions.
Well, for one thing, most of them aren't schizophrenic. Most of them are just drug addicts. And also, drugs can make you schizophrenic and delusional. So there's actually a fair bit of research linking schizophrenia with psychedelic drug use. There's plenty of research on marijuana, but LSD, magic mushrooms, ayahuasca, DMT, there is an association with those drugs too in schizophrenia. I don't know if they've isolated the genes responsible, but there's a pretty good indication that there's a genetic basis for it, where there's some gene interaction where people who are susceptible to it, if they do these drugs, it triggers schizophrenia. There are people who haven't done any drugs who just become schizophrenic and then end up being homeless, but that's rare. Most of these people just became drug addicts, and then through their drug addiction, they may have ended up becoming schizophrenic, but no, these people are just degenerate retards. I know about the whole targeted individual thing. Frank believes he's a targeted individual. So yeah, I think some of it has to do with narcissistic personality disorder too. There's a lot of narcissists who think they're targeted individuals like Frank. And I think it's because these people are just fundamentally delusional, where they think they're special or something, and they can't acknowledge their own failures or misjudgments or, mistakes they've made. So they end up concocting these ideas that, there's a secret society that's after them. But yeah, I know about all that. I think there was a famous porn star who had that problem, who ended up becoming schizophrenic, and she ended up homeless and then did drugs and overdosed and died. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
Hand out the Dilaudids, and then they exchange the Dilaudids for harder drugs.
Yeah.
So this. Not only does the city distribute harm reduction supplies such as pipes and needles, but some programs also provide prescribed hydromorphone, commonly known by the brand name Dilaudid. Hydromorphone is a pharmaceutical opioid that is less potent than fentanyl and is used in some safer supply programs as
Dilaudid is extraordinarily potent, by the way. That will have you absolutely fucking zonked.
an alternative to the toxic illicit drug supply.
There's an escalation with painkillers. So certain surgeries or procedures that right now they generally try to avoid opiate-based painkillers. My grandmother had to have some surgery or something done. I think they prescribed her Tylenol 3s, which are by prescription only. I've taken Tylenol 3 before. They don't do anything for me. I didn't notice anything. So they're not particularly potent. And then there's Percocets, Oxycontins. Those are level 2. Those are a lot of people end up getting addicted to those. And then there's level 3, which is just straight up morphine. I've been on morphine before, intravenously, because I had that E. coli infection, and I was just in so much insane pain. I needed something really strong. And then there's level 4, which is Dilaudid, and they very rarely ever prescribe Dilaudid. Mark Ripito actually has an interesting story where he got hit by some dumb bitch while he was riding his motorcycle, and he broke his leg. And then I think they prescribed him Tylenol 3s or something, and then they didn't work. Then they prescribed him Percocet, and they didn't work. And then they resorted to giving him a Dilaudid prescription. And he had to go to this weird area of town where only one pharmacy dispensed it. It's very highly controlled. And he took Dilaudid, and that didn't even do anything for him. And then he took a dose that's actually considered lethal. He was so desperate to get pain relief, and he still felt nothing. He apparently has some weird gene where opiate medications literally don't affect him.
Critics of these programs argue that some of the prescribed medication is diverted and traded for stronger street drugs, while supporters contend that safer supply helps reduce overdose deaths and other harms associated with the unregulated drug market. These programs are part of a broader harm reduction strategy that has been implemented in communities across Canada. So I gotta say, people are being very receptive to talking to us, and they're being very transparent, and I appreciate that. And what we're trying to do, we're just trying to shine a light on, this is reality, and if you don't like it, don't watch it, but this is what's happening on the streets. And you had a couple interesting observations from that little area we just were. What was happening while we were filming that I was completely oblivious to?
You were down on your haunches talking to someone. This guy was filming you. While he was filming you, a man came around behind his back carrying a box cutter and a bottle of what I think was Dilaudid in his hand, and he was less than a foot from your back, and that's why I was stepping around behind you to make sure you don't get cut or stabbed.
So the Dilaudid, this is interesting. So they're getting Dilaudid
Yes.
for free.
Yes.
From essentially the government.
Yes.
And then they're swapping them for fentanyl and stuff. Well, what's going on with the Dilaudid?
Yeah, these people literally get free Dilaudids and then sell them for money so that they can buy fentanyl and shit. The Canadian government. This is the Liberals' idea of a socialist paradise.
Dilaudids are being swapped for street drugs, and as you saw, there were open drug dealers selling drugs to people in front of us while we were there. We didn't film them, but they were right in front of us, very openly trafficking to these people.
So literally, as we're filming this right now, Dan just got a call. What was said?
My wife has informed me by text message their police have completely blocked off and surrounded the church that we were at this morning. There's been a stabbing down there, and that does not surprise me at all. You guys saw what was going on there this morning, and this is what follows, violence.
We're gonna go check it out, so stay tuned. Correct me if I'm wrong, I want to be clear here, but Hamilton is still a beautiful city. There's lots of beautiful places here, nice culture, great food, but you can't hide the obvious truth that
There's a lot of good vegan places in Hamilton.
there is a huge drug issue here. This is where we started the day off, but as we were walking by here, there was a guy with a knife right in the open, just scraping drugs off, some sort of white substance. And then a couple hours later, there's a forensics team, police are here.
We all knew it was going to happen. This is what happens when you mix drugs with mental illness, with poverty. It all comes together into a terrible, terrible thing.
You actually saw it, man. What happened?
There was a guy laying on the sidewalk, and he was crying, freaking out, saying that she was dying, just carrying mental health breakdown. Looked up when there was another guy leaning up against the fence, and he was just sitting there chilling. And
could you rope this guy on his head? I think he would kick you on your head, and then proceed to smash you on your head. Me too. You can't pay me to fight this guy.
I've seen that guy. I don't know if he actually does martial arts. Or if this is just some, Instagram thing. Yeah, he looks like he actually knows how to fight. Yeah, good chance he could kick my ass. He'd definitely be able to drop me on my head. Looks pretty fucking strong. Yeah, looks like he actually does Muay Thai. Yeah, he'd probably kick my ass. Thanks for the donation, smash you on your head.
And because nobody was helping him, he said that he was going to kill everybody. So he pulled out a knife and he just randomly stabbed us.
You just stabbed him for no reason?
Yeah, stabbed right in the side.
What's your take on what's happening down
We
here?
need to have a controlled environment. We're spending way too much on emergency services.
Why are the politicians and the people in power, how come, are they choosing not to see it? Why would they continue doing something that's not working?
It's a bird. It's a purge. It's a business. These guys make a lot of money. The fire department makes a lot of money. EMS, the hospital. And to be quite honest, like a lot of the drugs out there, I believe, hypothetically, they're government drugs.
Many of the individuals we spoke with attributed the rise in homelessness and drug-related issues to the City of Hamilton and Mayor Andrea Horwath's policies. Some residents argue that the city's approach places too.
Is she NDP? Yeah, she's okay, it makes sense. She is an NDP party member. The NDP are literally a communist organization in Canada. There was a lot of memes going around at one of the NDP rallies. They're literal commies, like Hassan Piker type communists. So that makes sense. So that's why Hamilton's a shithole. Like, again, this is just commie bullshit.
Too much emphasis on harm reduction measures, which they believe can normalize ongoing drug use. Critics argue that greater attention should be directed toward addiction treatment, recovery programs, and long-term support aimed at helping individuals break the cycle of substance dependence and reintegrate into society. So we're here with Mark. He owns a restaurant, Chard, which is located right outside of where the stabbing just occurred, which is essentially right beside the church where apparently a lot of problems radiate.
Hamilton's in southern Ontario. It's close by where I used to live, near Guelph.
Around this church. Now, what do you think about this? What do you think about the stabbing here? Is this a common occurrence? What's going on the streets of Hamilton?
I have no idea what's happening on the streets of Hamilton, but this is consistent. Every day, there's police, fire trucks, ambulance coming to the church, okay? And this is where all our money is going. I guess there's no money for anything else. And I have one question for the church, which I also mentioned earlier, okay? They do this 6 days a week. They don't do it on Sunday. Why?
What is it exactly they're doing? Like, is it like handing out food?
They call it the Cathedral Cafe, where they feed them, okay? In the wintertime, they used to house them also. It was a disaster over here, okay? Screaming and hollering at nighttime and on and on. So they feed them. They only let so many in at a time. The rest of them can be all over the place. And the drug dealers that are going on over here. I just walked by a few days ago, and this guy opens up his backpack. He's got a pharmacy there. Drug dealers. This is what's happening here. And nothing is being done.
It's a safe haven for criminals.
100%.
Why are they not doing anything about it?
Well, it's the thinking of the councillor and the mayor, okay? That's my feelings about it. They don't.
I notice you like to threaten to drop people on their head. Mainly trolls in the chat. How would you go about doing it? How would you get them into an inverted position, and wouldn't their head be at your knees? That's not a lot of fall damage.
Oh, it's plenty. You know, I just use the standard method of, arm through the groin, pick them up, and then tilt them, drop them on their head. Or just a double leg takedown. That also works. Thanks for the donation, Smash You on your head.
Okay. Well, about like 20, 30 minutes later, the whole scene is cleaned up.
Yeah. I've never seen a stabbing or a murder scene cleaned up so quick in my life in the city of Hamilton. It is very obvious the city of Hamilton is now trying to hide what has happened out here just now.
And it's because this is like a program?
This is funded by our Ward 2 councillor, Cameron Croce, the guy I'm running against for Ward 2 Council, and they're obviously trying to hide this very, very quickly.
I reached out to Hamilton Mayor Andrea Horwath to get the city's perspective, but I haven't heard back. I also reached out to Christ.
Well, there you go. A communist woman destroying things, as you would expect. These people completely obliterate society. This is what communism does.
Church Cathedral for comment on the concerns raised by local residents. Any response received will be included in the written article accompanying this report. Well, guys, that's a wrap. We're going to call it quits for the day. I want to thank you, Dan, for showing us around.
Anytime.
Yeah, it would have been a totally different report without you showing us the spots and just being a good guide for the day. Now, you are running for city councillor in this ward.
I am.
What would you do to clean up the streets of Hamilton?
I would stop funding all of these places that are being used as basic dispensaries for drugs.
Animal Liberation Retailers Marshall Bio Resources is the biggest breeder of beagles sold to testing facilities. Everyone go to the Amgen Tech Company website. Let them know to cut ties with MBR.
Tortures puppies. Michael Abernathy, your company is responsible for killing healthy 12-month-old dogs that you received from Marshall Bioresources.
I will copy the link.
These dogs were also pumped full of
chat.
drugs and then murdered to have their bones dissected. Puppies are not science experiments. There's no excuse for this cruelty. Cut ties with MBR. Cut ties with Marshall Bioresources. Release the animals in your labs to rescues, okay? Cut ties with MBR. Stop animal torture.
Stop animal torture.
Save the dogs. Stop animal torture.
Stop animal torture.
Michael Abernathy, you have blood on your hands. Cut ties with MBR. Cut ties with Marshall Bioresources. Amgen has blood on their hands. Amgen has blood on their hands.
This animal testing is completely and utterly pointless. It's literally worthless. It's just fucking insane how people do this shit. We're making a lot of headway, though. I know one of those beagle breeding mills got shut down. And Wayne Shung had some really successful court cases that went on. So it's great. We made a lot of headway with the whole Canada Goose and fur stuff, and this looks like another big W. But yeah, great work, dude. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Drugs, hard drugs. And I would also stop financing, handing out these oxycodone pills that they're trading on the street for street drugs. Absolutely, all that stuff needs to stop.
Training's the least important aspect of bodybuilding, and most of us are training harder than we need to maximize growth. And people get so mad at that. And I say, like, I wished I was wrong. I love training. I was doing 4 or 5 for 20 every leg workout. That was just a default. It wasn't even a thing. You know, for a while I was trying to do 500 for 20. Always went heavy. I trained hard, but I also know that that was because I enjoyed it. It did not gain benefit over, probably even less benefit over a more focused program. I went in there literally like a Phil Heath or a Flex Wheeler, and my focus was, so what's the minimum I can do to maximally cause the progress I want?
This video is for educational entertainment purposes only.
Today I want to be selfish. What if your prep is really brutal? Like if you cut down really hard on calories, maybe you cranked up the stims, and so your health isn't in a good place. Does that mean you're actually in a worse position to rebound, or you may be in a better position because maybe you've lost some muscle and you actually get to add extra tissue along the way back up?
This is where health is a word that gets just used. Like everyone has, health means a trillion different things. It's very unhealthy to do a rebound at that point. It's unhealthy to do anything at that point, but the rebound is maximized. And like a great example of that is Paul Barnett. You know, a pro bodybuilder now. We did his first diet because he trained a lot when he was younger and he took time off. He actually has a really interesting story as far as building careers. He's had like several billion-dollar businesses, and now he's doing the coaching stuff. And I would say almost I over dieted him. He's got a very interesting metabolism, and he was losing and it just turns like that. We got to like 10 days out, and he started losing like 3 and 4 pounds a day, and we couldn't do anything to fight it. And so I remember even telling him, like, kind of, saying like, man, that was rough. He did fine. He was shredded, just over dieted, and I was like, man, that sucks. I understand, I wish we could have done a few things differently, like your metabolism's really interesting, and kind of said, totally get it. If you want to go somewhere else, could have done better on this final week, but you're going to see the benefit of it now. And he did. And he kind of built his whole coaching career around it, because he's got the pics. He went from like 171 pounds to 270 pounds over a 3 rebound period,
Yeah. So is there, from a coach's perspective, is there ever an advantage to intentionally over dieting someone when they're early in their career so you can get the most out of it?
Yes, but it's a lot of caveats, because the likelihood you're gonna get an athlete who buys into that is almost zero. Because even you got guys who compete 10 times, you got guys who every coach has clients who they're a pro, they're sitting in a pro body, they just are scared of being small, or they just never quite get far enough in shape. So like over dieting is rarely you can rarely can even do it, especially a first show. A first show, it's the damn near miracle if you get truly into contest shape. It's just, why records always get broken, because the new thing always seems so insurmountable. It's like the 4-minute mile, and our high school kids are doing 4-minute miles, and so that first diet, you think you know what hunger is, you think you know what fatigue is, you think you know what grinding is, what mental toughness is, but you don't until like at least in that aspect, you just don't. And so it's that first contest is so.
Smash you on your head, Donny Tillers. What if they use their hands to break the fall? What if they extend their arms while you have them in an inverted position? That doesn't really help. There's just too much force. They're still going to land on their head. Thanks for the detonation, Smash you on your head.
So much more than you've kind of ever thought was even a thing. Everyone's first show is like, there's no way other people are doing this. Something's wrong. There's no way. I read 20,000 people compete there's no way 20,000 people have done this. I'm dying. And so to be able to get that person to go through that and buy in that, you might die, you're probably not, but you're definitely going to feel like you're dying, but trust me, it's going to be worth it later. And you're going to be small as hell, and everyone's going to tell you how shitty you look, and you look like you have AIDS. And there is a benefit, but it's almost impossible to do.
That was something I thought about in the middle of contest prep. Was I was deep in the bowels of it, super hungry, feeling miserable, and I was like, I'm going to die. Yeah. And then I had this rational thought. I'm like, no, if I were starving to death, I would need to get down to like 90 pounds. I'm 190 pounds. I am nowhere near starvation. I'm eating thousands of calories.
You start thinking like, then what does that feel like? There's no way there's that many levels beyond where I'm at, because I have to be right on the edge.
Yeah, no, you can't. The mind can't even understand what that must be like. Yeah, real starvation. Yeah, thankfully, you and I will never have to deal with that. Very different.
Well, you learn. Most people, I always say, there's like levels of hunger. There's the most hunger most people ever feel is that base. My stomach's a little empty. I got a couple hunger hormones, and that's pretty strong, because that's what we all, the only time you ever get past that is really like in a famine. But I remember watching, you remember the show was like called Survivor, man? There was like Survivor with Bear Grylls, but then there was actual Survivor. And I think even the TV show Survivor, early seasons, when they really pushed them, would talk about it. But you'd hear the competitors talking about, I just need food energy, or I need protein, And I remember thinking like, because when I first heard that like on a Survivor, I hadn't competed yet. It was in like maybe late 90s or something. And I remember that like just hearing it, but not thinking, oh yeah, they must be hungry. And then I remember getting depletion hunger, which is different than empty stomach hunger. Because depletion hunger, you can eat until your stomach is literally ripping and you are still hungry. You're still starving. And that's a new level that most people have probably never felt, period. And you might spend 2 months in deep into that in contest prep. And that's just because that's full on to survival mode. Because when that happened in nature, imagine early humans, like when you're at that point, it means there's no animals to kill. There's a woolly mammoth shortage, there's no berries,
Hilarious. I remember this.
This guy is supposedly a university fucking graduate and an intellectual, and he can't figure out how to get all his vitamins. Like, really?
Yeah, I remember, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the donation smash you on your head.
Vegetables are out of season. I'm not just, my stomach's empty. I am depleted of glycogen. I'm burning muscle. So what does the body do? The body's signals are, this is terrible. We need to conserve energy. Let's not move at all. And that's where you're at in prep, where you just like, you get to the point where you start.
This is a very effective shoulder exercise for tendinopathies of the bicep. So whether it's tendinopathies from long-headed bicep, short-headed bicep, or even the insertion of the bicep here too, very, very useful. Can be useful for a second, third phase rehab for subscapularis injury too, when you do it. So it's not generally an hand here at the moment. I'm grabbing, and I'm going to wrap that around my wrist, like that, around my fist. So my hands upright spine, so natural good alignment with the shoulders. The shoulders in the center here. So what it means, I don't want the shoulder pulled forward, and I don't want it pulled back either. I'll have full neck and back. So if I pull my shoulders back like this, the tissue. So I'm holding the wine glass here, bending knees, good posture. Elbow stays in by my side here to start. Then I just open that out so that my arm is pointing directly forward now. I keep that position and come up to the point where if I come up any higher, my shoulder wants to lift, my body wants to do this, or wants to be some kind of change. And I come back down, let it come back in, open out again, lift up.
Yeah, it's just external rotation.
Manually breathing, where you have to like, your body's like, well, he's not telling us to breathe. That takes energy, you know. It's like you get out of breath breathing because everything is hard. Or I always used to say, I remember being at work, you know, and the restroom was like down the hall. And I remember holding my pee until, because it's like, dude, that's like 100 steps one way. I got to stand up. Someone might talk to me. You know, I'm 3 weeks out. I'm manually breathing. I remember thinking like, man, it's the end of the day. If I just piss myself, by the time, no one will know when I walk to my car. You know, like it's just a different level of tired.
Oh, yeah, there's something special about the despair you feel when you're hungry, you're about to eat, you know you're going to be hungry while you're eating and after you're done eating.
You're going to be even hungrier because your body's going to start going, whoa, what's that? Food? All right, let's open the floodgates.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time sitting at the kitchen table after I'd finished eating, just existing. Just
thing is, and I've said this, I've used the same thing. You said Apple. There's that show, My 600-Pound Life, you know? None of those people are on My 600-Pound Life because they just can't stop eating apples, you know? Right. And so like that's the other thing. Like there's caveats with these things. Like, yeah, I mean, in prep, you don't have a choice. If you have an end date and an end look that has to be achieved, that's the only, what you feel doesn't matter. The show date matters. But otherwise, for regular people, yeah, I mean, if you're like especially healthy food, that's one of the main reasons for, I always say, you know, chicken, rice, repeat. Chicken's a low-fat, high-quality protein source. Rice is a low-fat, complex carb source. You combine those two, you get all the essential fatty acids that are kind of required for life. You get all this.
That makes sense. How long do you typically see people able to persist in a rebound period?
And I hate to say this because it's not a hard fact rule, but there's a lot of clues about how far you're going to make it in the sport early on. And none of us want to believe them or listen to them. But if you're a coach, you'll see these things. Almost everyone gets 4 weeks. The genetic super freaks get 6, even more sometimes. Sometimes you don't even call it an end. They're still just and not getting fat. But it's really 4 to 6 weeks. And then most people 4 or 5, you know, guys that have a future in the sport, 6, maybe a 7th week. But pretty quickly, it's like you just start, the look changes that it's almost like you spill over. It's kind of what it looks like. You know, go from looking at all that water in the muscle, like this is the best thing ever to, oh yeah, now I just kind of look like an off-season dude. And it's like, happens pretty quickly, and that's just the end of the rebound.
And then do you typically go to a health phase, a holding phase, or do you actually transition straight to off-season?
This is tough because there's what I would prefer to do and what the client's going to do, and also what best serves the client's immediate goals. I would prefer to do a cruise phase of some sort, but I kind of, this time I kind of require it. I guess I'm thinking more, this time I more or less require it. If blood work is good and we know we had good clean blood work before prep, and I know.
Well, yeah, that is the nice thing, is that in general, we understand the things that anabolic steroids do to the body, right? You're going to see lipid skewing. You're probably going to see some degree of hematocrit, but there shouldn't be direct nephrotoxicity, right? That's going to be a secondary effect of blood pressure. You're not really going to see issues with liver unless people are abusing orals. Maybe you'll see something with C-reactive protein if someone's got some junk gear, but in general, that really shouldn't be happening. I mean, not that, again, I don't want to give people like a sense of false safety, but we do generally understand these things. I mean, a guy like you, I don't know, you've probably seen thousands of blood panels over
Oh
the
yeah,
years.
I mean, I mean, almost every week someone's sending one for your whole life. It feels like. I mean,
Not be ready. Why would Israel not be ready to take in thousands of soldiers?
Kosher food, certain living arrangements. There's a lot that goes
There's
into
no
it.
way. There's no way Israel is not ready to start giving out kosher food. I don't buy that.
They absolutely are not prepared. It goes beyond that. It's not just that. There's a whole living barracks separation between the. There's
Barracks. I'm talking about in
small
Gaza. What do you mean?
Okay, but they got to stay somewhere. They can't even serve in similar units.
No, I'm
it's a little
saying
more
the people
complicated
that
than
are in Gaza, replace them out with another unit so that way they can go home and get much needed rest instead of being in Gaza for 450 days straight or more. That's what I'm saying.
Only if they're trained to do so.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. I'm saying start that training. If you're right that you can't do it thousands at a time, fine, then do it slow, but you still need to move in the right direction. I get the idea like, oh, we serve our country through prayer. And I love that. Trust me, I believe in God. I think that. But at the same time, and I understand that I might not be right. I'm not coming from a Jewish perspective. This is my own religious belief. But I don't like this idea that, oh, God will provide for us as long as we just keep asking him and praying for him. I think we need to, as humans, go out and do this stuff. We shouldn't be waiting for God. And so you're not going to have a country to defend if
It was a tiny notice tucked in with a flurry of major decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court. Not a decision per se, but a denial.
Carol, can we have a statement, please?
In the case involving E. Jean Carroll, the New York writer who in 2023 was awarded $5 million in damages from U.S. President Donald Trump when a jury found Trump liable for sexually abusing Carroll in the 1990s.
But she is not my type.
Then private citizen Trump himself testifying in the case. The Supreme Court rejecting a bid by Trump for a hearing aimed at tossing out the lower court's finding. And so now he must pay that $5 million to Carroll. Trump posting his surprise at the court, which in his words, declined to review a fake case brought against me. But on that flurry of major decisions from the court, one that Trump strongly highlights, a ruling that effectively allows presidents to now fire those who run any number of U.S. federal agencies, positions that for decades had been independent checks on presidential power.
So it gives me the right, and not me, it gives a president the right to do what the president should have the right to do. And it's very interesting, it's a big ruling. So the president has the right to do this. And that has to do with a lot of agencies all throughout the system.
In a separate ruling, Trump was blocked from being able to fire a board member at the U.S. Federal Reserve. Still, there's concern those other federal agencies will now face serious pressure to do whatever pleases the White House.
The question is whether the agencies are going to operate as Congress intended, with built-in mechanisms for transparency and accountability, so that they can serve as the watchdogs that Congress wanted them to be, not as the lapdogs of a president.
And just quickly to one other ruling, Adrian, this one on an elections case out of Mississippi, the court allowing mail-in ballots, something Trump has long opposed. And he calls this ruling against his wishes, quote, a tremendous loss.
Okay, so very busy day, this one.
Yeah, most of that doesn't sound great. Oh, sweet.
Denmark is preparing to ban the broadcasting of the Islamic call to prayer from the public square after the country's immigration minister claimed parts of the European nation are beginning to sound like a suburb of Islamabad. If you don't know, This is what it sounds like as the prayer prompt rings out in cities across Denmark.
Allah. Fucking retarded. You can gain muscle even on a substantive caloric deficit. It just depends. Like, some people just need more food to gain muscle. I would say I have like weird freak genetics with being able to gain muscle on a deficit, and just maintain muscle, period. Um, I'm kind of unusual in that case. It just kind of depends on how efficiently you metabolize food, how your body's metabolism like prioritizes what nutrients go where, how anabolically sensitive you are, whether you're on steroids or not. It just depends. So like again, just see for yourself. Go through a diet phase, and just see like how it affects your strength levels, like how fast you're able to lose weight, your energy, and see if it impacts your muscle mass at all. Like you don't know until you just go through a diet phase. Yeah, when I was on 850 calories, dieting, going from 270 to 200, I lost 70 pounds in 3 months. I was actually able to gain some muscle.
Immigration minister announced.
And that was when I was natural. But like, again, I have weird freak genetics when it comes to just still being able to maintain or even gain muscle in a deficit. Like, I'm not Ronnie Coleman. I don't have like crazy weird freak genes when it comes to building muscle. I'm above average, but it's not like Ronnie Coleman. But I would say I have weird freak genes when it comes to just maintaining muscle in a deficit.
This week, Billy, that the government is planning to relaunch talks over whether a nationwide prohibition on the call to prayer is legally feasible, arguing it's a necessary step as the country has fallen victim to what he's classified as Islamization, a phenomenon sweeping across Europe and leading to countries losing their distinctly European, and in this case, Danish, identities.
Yeah, it's communist liberal fucktards letting in degenerate scum from other countries, and then that happens.
Cities like Copenhagen, at the center of the clip that you saw moments ago, are finding loopholes, not outrightly banning the Islamic call to prayer, Billy, but instead putting in place strict noise ordinances that all but eliminate the possibility of the broadcast even happening. So the question really is whether Denmark can ban the call to prayer without violating its own constitution, which protects the right to worship. So what do you make of this case?
Yeah, this is a complicated one, because it is interesting that you have them openly admitting that they're concerned about the preservation of their culture, that they're concerned that it's being eroded or erased in some way. I think a lot of times people aren't willing to admit that in these cases. They sort of want to come up with other ways to dance around it. But
dude, it is fucking cold down here. Oh. What the fuck?
They seem to be openly acknowledging that there is a real concern here. And, I think that concern comes with the fact that, when it comes to Islam, it's not just a religious system with a way of life that doesn't impact other people. When it comes to radical Islam in particular, so let me speak there, it has a deep impact on other people's lives. In countries where radical Islam has taken over, Christians and other religious minorities are not allowed to practice. They are driven out of their homes at best half the time, or at least mistreated at best, at worst murdered. So now, I'm not saying that's what's happening in Denmark, and I'm not saying that every Muslim does that. What I am saying is that there, I think, are cultural concerns, even pulling back into the idea that you have a situation where there is a faith system that is broadcasting a very loud message potentially to an entire community over and over. I tend to think noise ordinances exist for a reason. And so when I first encountered this story, I was curious about how a lot of these calls to prayer get around those noise ordinances. And I know in some places, I think like New York City, I don't think they require permits anymore for mosques to be able to put these out. So even pulling back from the religious aspect of it, there's a portion of it that I think is just a noise issue, right? But I think at the end of the day, this comes down to a cultural issue. Is there a situation in which the culture is being eroded, or the assumption that the culture is being eroded is creating an internal panic among leaders? And it would seem to be that might be the case here.
Yeah, I think that's at least the case in Denmark and certainly even in other parts of Europe. And to give a little bit more context, Denmark's population, Billy, is about 6 million people, just a little bit more than 6 million people, with about 250,000 Muslims and 100 mosques. And Europe, which often seems to be at least a few years ahead of the US on these kind of culture battles, is grappling with this issue in some pretty significant ways, and they've been grappling with it for a while now. We've covered this at CBN before, and Europe's fight to preserve its own unique cultural identities comes, as you just mentioned a minute ago, Billy.
Dude, it's not even just unique cultural identities. These people are troublemaking scumbags. They create these like Muslim-only neighborhoods that are no-go zones. They harass women. It's not just that they're there doing like mildly annoying shit like the calls to prayer. They're like, they just harass people and cause fucking problems.
As cities in the US like Dearborn, Michigan, or even New York City are expanding public Islamic broadcasts all in the name of diversity and being much more inclusive. So it's interesting to see what's happening here at home versus what's happening across the pond. And in my mind, Billy, I think it would be wise of us as Americans to see what's happening in Europe and in the UK and here in this case in Denmark as sort of a cautionary tale. But I'll give you the final word.
Yeah, I think that as of 2024, there were some news reports that Islamic extremism had increased in Denmark. So you have to look at that as well, and we have to be careful because we do want to preserve people's religious liberty and religious rights. So, I know there are people who might hear what I was saying before and say, oh, he doesn't want Muslims to practice. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that the loudest noise I've heard from a house of worship in my life has been bells ringing for 2 seconds, right? If you're talking about 2, 3, 4 minutes of content coming from 100 mosques across the country, it's a lot of noise. I could see people not being, very happy about that. But I do think we have to be careful again in how we frame this because it's a very small group of people who are extremists, but I can see a country even overshooting in terms of how they try to, remedy some of this. At the same time, I think we have to have real conversations about preserving culture. In America, our culture is a mishmash, right? Like America is very unique. And I think through our lenses, it's hard for us to understand why other countries might want to preserve a certain culture. And so we have to
There's There recently was a pro-Iranian regime Shia march in Denmark with upwards of 18K Muslims. It is fucking deranged. A leader of the protest said being unfaithful should result in lashes. Well, yeah, and I mean, like, idiots like Destiny will tell you, oh, Christian nationalists are the ones you should be worried about. Like, Christian nationalists are fucking annoying. Like, they want to mandate Christian teaching in school. They want to ban abortion. They want to like ban gay marriage, like stuff that modern progressives don't like. But in the grand scheme of things, whoopee fucking diddly do. If they got exactly what they wanted, what exactly is going to happen? Like pretty much nothing. Like when your kid comes home from school, you're going to have to explain to them, yeah, ignore the Bible bullshit. Yeah, gay people won't be able to get married. They'll ban like trans surgeries and stuff. And that'll negatively affect people in a bunch of ways. But for the most part, like life would go on as normal. Muslim nationalists, like, what do they want? They literally want Sharia law. So gay people will get thrown from fucking rooftops. Non-Muslims will have to pay a jizya or just be fucking killed. They'll be treated like second-class citizens. You'll literally get shaken down for fucking cash by Muslims. they'll probably just outright kill Jews because they have a special fucking hatred for Jews. If you leave Islam, you're just killed. The death penalty is apostasy. Women will be forced indoors, not be able to work or attend school. Like look at all these Muslim countries. They're fucking shitholes. So, yeah, Christian nationalists are annoying and it's some bad shit, but Muslims are way, way, way fucking worse. You're comparing mildly annoying bullshit to literal fucking fascism, like Nazi Germany level fascism. So it's just a complete joke that people like Destiny downplay the shit. And it's the Christian nationalists. Yeah, while he's saying that, look what's going on. You've got Mamdani getting elected, spewing anti-Semitic horseshit. Like, we know his wife is literally in favor of just killing off all Jews, and he certainly does not have a different political view. He literally wants to exterminate Jews. And they're helping get these other commie fucking insane whack jobs elected who want mass immigration, more fucking Muslims coming into the country, which we know what that fucking leads to. And they also just want to completely and utterly destroy society. Like, these people openly admit that they want the collapse of the United States. That's what communists want. So Destiny's a fucking idiot. I don't see him in any way a serious political commentator anymore, for a variety of reasons. But yeah, it's insane. So yeah, but again, everyone else knows. Like these sort of moderate voters, which make up the majority of voters, and everyone to the right of them. They're normies who just want to live their normal daily fucking life. They might not understand a lot about geopolitics and stuff and like tax systems and whatnot, but they know that, getting harassed on the street by a bunch of fucking Muslim gangs isn't what they want. They know that they don't want women covered in a fucking burqa and be forced to stay at home. Like they know all this shit, and they know they don't want Sharia law. So everyone's waking up. That's why you're seeing all these right-wing parties getting big support all across Europe. It's because they're fed up with this fucking Muslim invasion.
Understand that every country is different and this is a complicated matter, but I will be interested to see how, if this all goes through, what this looks like there and how it impacts.
AVG, what did you have to deal with while cutting on Retta for those 3 months? I wasn't taking Retatrutide for 3 months. I did it completely au naturel. So when I did that crazy weight loss thing where I lost 70 pounds in 3 months, that was no Retta, no steroids, nothing. That was hellish.
I love how Destiny went to debate Kissin on European immigration like he has ever lived there or has any idea what's going on. Just because he can afford to live in expensive neighborhoods and has never seen how a lot of immigrants sacked.
Well, of course, dude. There's a reason why you see this political split. Rich, wealthy, white people who live in, mostly white neighborhoods or in mostly white suburbs and shit, who are kind of more progressive and liberal, they have a distinctly different view on immigration than average, everyday fucking normies who have to actually deal with these people. There's a reason for that. It's because they have to deal with them.
I need your opinion. In Europe, I can only find 1 milliliter 1-use test vials. I want to do daily, but I go every 3 days, cause of cost. Do you think storing test in insulin syringes for daily use is safe? I'm on 300 milligrams enanthate. Doing great, but I want to go daily.
I can only find 1 ml 1-use test vials. Oh. I think I've seen that. Yeah, that's fucking well, this is why the underground market exists, because doctors are fucking retards. I think I've seen those. Are those the ones where you directly insert the lure lock into the vial and you can only draw it out once? Yeah, that is the dumbest fucking shit. And you're so much more likely to get side effects when you do that, like those large bolus injections once a week. Yeah, like I would talk to your doctor to get a reusable like multi-dose vial. If they're not going to do it, like again, the underground market exists for a reason. So, just go on some steroid forums. I can't tell you where, but don't go on Reddit. Reddit is just fucking retarded, but just like Google some steroid forums. People talk about sourcing gear. You can look through multiple forums too, just to be safe and see what people generally, consider a good reputable website for that stuff. Because, yeah, doctors are dumb. And they do dumb shit like that. So that is the best way to kind of solve that issue. And yeah, that's all I can really tell you. If your doctor won't prescribe, like, if your doctor won't just give you a multi-dose vial, that's why the underground market exists. It's stupid that you have to do that, but, you know. Thanks for the donation, though, Stoic. Yeah, so the only reason, like, the reason you see this divide with people like Destiny, who are fucking rich, live in a white neighborhood in a nice area, like, and then you have average, everyday fucking normies, it's because Destiny doesn't have to deal with these people. If he lived in a normal fucking area where housing prices are low and he had to deal with immigrants every day, his tune would change very fucking quick. That's why you're like, again, most people are broke everyday fucking normies who have to deal with immigrants. That's why most broke everyday fucking normies are starting to vote right wing, because these right wing parties are the only parties that are honest about immigration. So it's entirely due to exposure. It doesn't matter how rich and wealthy you are. Like, if you have to deal with this, then your tune changes. Like, these progressive fucktards who talk about, like, Muslim integration's fine, they're not a problem, diversity. As soon as they have to deal with diversity, their tune would change. Like, look where Hassan lives, right? Like, he lives in a like rich white neighborhood in Los Angeles. If he, like, there's a reason he lives there and not in a fucking Muslim area like Dearborn, Michigan, right? So, not like even somebody like Hassan, who says he's Muslim when he's really not, and he's like pro-immigration, there's a reason why he lives in a white neighborhood. So, yeah, they're just full of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan European. Yeah, so when I was doing that 850 calorie a day diet, I wasn't on Retta, no steroids. I just did it completely, naturally. It was fucking hell. Like, you have no energy, so, like, you just have to use all the fucking hate and rage inside you to just motivate you to fucking move. I would get through very long training sessions that were really hard and grueling. And again, do 30 to 45 minutes of cardio a day. And it was just pure hate. You just gotta, like, want it bad enough. And I was getting weird effects from it. Like, not only was my blood pressure going super fucking low, so I'd get dizzy all the time, faint and shit, but like, I would have out of body experiences. I remember doing bicep curls, and then I left my body, and I was like in the corner of the room watching myself do bicep curls from a third person perspective. It was fucking weird. Like I would forget who I was. And I would just be looking at myself from the corner of the room doing stuff. So like, yeah, an extreme calorie deficit like that where you're losing weight extremely fucking rapidly, it's absolute fucking hell. I didn't have any issues with actual hunger. Because I've had that long-term side effect from being on antipsychotics where my appetite is just permanently suppressed. So I never felt like really hungry, but my blood sugar would get super fucking low, and I'd have like cravings for just something sugary just to get my blood sugar back up. But I would never feel like really hungry, but the worst part of it was the low blood pressure. It's just a disgusting feeling when you feel yourself like, fainting, and like your vision starts going black and your knees start wobbling and you feel like you're gonna like hit the floor. And yeah, I would literally have out of body experiences where I'd see myself from a third person just watching myself do shit. I don't recommend most people do that. I just really didn't want to be fat anymore, and I just wanted to lose the weight as quickly as possible. And like most people can't do that. Even if you wanted to, the vast majority of people just literally would collapse and not be able to get out of bed or move. And just the willpower to get through, like, 2-hour weight training sessions and then do another 45 minutes of cardio. Like most people just can't fucking do it. I also just have a weird metabolism, I think. Like I actually gained muscle while going through all that. Like some of my lifts actually increased. Particularly like isolation lifts. Compound lifts pretty much all just stayed the same. My bench went down, but that was really only because I had a really bad pec injury. Like both of my pecs had like tendonitis or something. It was from the 410 bench press training. So I just couldn't bench much. I was doing like really lightweight for a lot of reps just to like keep the mass on my chest. And I actually didn't lose muscle mass on my chest. So the lifts went down, but I was able to maintain muscle mass. But yeah, like bicep curls increased, like the tricep work I was doing, that increased. Shoulders, like the side laterals, the weight I was using increased. All that stuff went up. And then the compound exercises, those just stayed mostly the same. Like maybe one of them went down by like 5 pounds or something. But yeah, I think it's just a combination of I have weird freak genetics where I can have like a really, really, really low caloric intake and I can still maintain or even gain muscle mass, and just sheer willpower, which I don't think a lot of people have. Like they just can't handle like literally starving and losing 5 pounds of weight 5 pounds of fat a week and still be able to like just push themselves to get through it.
Other European countries as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's a fascinating story and one I know we'll continue to pay attention to because it is important, as you said, to be loving, especially as Christians, and compassionate to other people. But also there's something to be said about preserving culture. Culture is important.
Hey.
Christians used
I think I'll watch that tomorrow.
to allow for the unalivement of heretics. They used to allow for
Oh yeah, here we go. Christians used to do it? Yeah, operative word being used to. That was, 800 years ago? Like,
Yeah, in Greece it's not a prescription med. Pharmacies just give it. It's those retarded vials, you break the top off and have to throw the rest away every fucking time. Not monitored cause every doc knows 1% of what I know about blood work lol.
oh. Oh, okay, so they're the glass vials. All right. If that's the only thing the pharmacies are selling, and you don't have to get it via prescription, just go to the pharmacy and ask them to order in multi-dose vials. They should be able to do that, because if it's not a prescription medication and it's not like controlled or anything, just go directly to the pharmacy and say, I want to have a multi-use vial with the rubber top. They should be able to just order that in for you. That's pretty based of Greece, honestly. Like, it's better than like this fucking bullshit where like you go to the doctor and then they're like, we have to run tests, and then like after 2 tests they're like, you don't really need it, you know. So it's pretty based that it's not a prescription med, at least. So yeah, just go to the pharmacy, ask them to order in a multi-use vial. It's probably just not normal there, but they should be able to order it in for you. If they can't, like, I'd go to maybe a few pharmacies and ask. But if they can't, just see what you can get in the underground market. I don't know about the underground market in Greece. Maybe, but like, yeah, ideally avoid it. Just ask them to order it in. Might be more expensive for them because it's unusual, but if you can buy in bulk, that might help convince them. So if you can order like a year supply all at once, that might be worth it for them to order that stuff in for you. And it's testosterone. It's not like the most expensive drug, so it might be a big upfront payment, but if you're going to spend that money anyway, you know. Thanks for the donation though, Stoic. Yeah, dude, like, it's hilarious that they use this argument. Christians used to do this, like, yeah, 800 years ago. So they're admitting they're, like, degenerate, primitive fucking scumbags that haven't gotten with modern times. I love this shit. Like, I gotta react to that tomorrow. That's fucking hilarious.
I'm going to give you 3 second places, and you have to rank which one was the biggest gut punch.
I'm torn between the Andrew and Derek one.
All right, what's going on, you guys? Nick here with Nick Strength and Power. He's overly confident. They think he's cocky, he's arrogant, etc. But it's things like this that are what makes Nick so popular. He is polarizing, sure, but this is what gets people talking about Nick all year round. So there was the latest physique update he posted on his story here today. Now, I got a message from one of my subscribers that I thought made a really interesting point about Behrouz Tabani and whether or not he's going to be able to get to the U.S. preparing for the Olympia, make all these public posts, letting people know he's preparing. I think they probably need as much awareness as they can that, you know, this is one of the best bodybuilders in the world. He's won in the Olympia. He was runner-up in a prime position to be the favorite to win this show. I think his primary competition will. You get to see the side chest, the back lat spread, the back double bicep, and the reason why
James Hollingsted is freaky fucking strong.
I say it'll be.
Son Goku Donny Tellers, Muslims cannot respond to criticism about their ideology without doing tu quoque reasoning about Christianity and other ideologies. They did, therefore we should. Yeah. It's like, it's so bad. Well, we know it's bad, but you do it too. Like, that's the stupidest fucking argument. And not only that, they're talking about things that happened hundreds of years ago. So not only are they acknowledging that it's bad, but they're also saying, yeah, we're like degenerate retards who haven't evolved past the 15th fucking century. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Be an interesting comparison if you had, for example, Jordan and James in the top 2. I think they have similar strong points, similar attributes in terms of the graininess and density of their muscle. And James, to me, looks like I'm excited to see him in this lineup. He did the France show a couple weeks back where he was 5th at that show. We saw him have a pretty good 2025 with a 2nd place at the Spain show, 5th place.
This episode was intense, to say the least. It's an opposing views on Islam. I had Muhammad Hijab on one side.
Unlike the co-guest, the ultra-crepidarian academic charlatan.
I'm never happy when one side goes after the other side and attacks them personally rather than attacking their ideas.
It's fucking Muhammad Hijab. What do you expect him to do?
The academic charlatan.
Why does anybody even bother talking this fucktard? Like, even other Muslims hate him.
Ayan Magan actually means refugee in the Somali language, of course, an ironic reminder to herself.
I left this opposing views kind of freaked out and fairly aggravated, to be honest, but I haven't edited anything because I think it's best to show what and how everyone said.
Oh, so this is after.
Regardless of how uncomfortable it was.
First of all, it does not sound like she's happy with or impressed with hijab. Sounds more like I'm reluctantly posting this just, because these guys are, her and Jordan and so on have a really high value of the importance of representing people accurately and freedom of speech and things like that. But it sounds like, hey, man, this is really bad, but I'm going to post it anyway.
But she said, I left this podcast kind of freaked out and aggravated, but I wanted to publish it anyway. So this is her impression of this episode. I left this podcast freaked out and aggravated, but I left it unedited anyway and publish it.
It would have been very easy to get Ayan Hirsi Ali on there with some very, very nice, sweet-talking Muslim like Shabir Ali or someone like that who would be very, very friendly, who would come across as very nice. In fact, would come across nicer than Ayan Hirsi Ali does. And then the impression that someone would get I'm sure a lot of her audience does not know much about Islam except for, what they hear from tags and so on. The impression that they would get from watching like a Shabir Ali type would be, wow, we were right. It's just those radicals out there. And oh yeah, everyone has their radicals and extremists and so on. So wow, yeah, thank you. See, we all feel better right now. We all feel better about Islam. That would be what would happen if someone like Shabir Ali was on there. But instead you got Muhammad Hijab, and his followers are, show him Muhammad Hijab, put that woman in her place. And someone like Michaela and her fans are going, oh my goodness, this is horrifying.
And currently doing my PhD in the philosophy of religion. I have to say, Michaela, from the outset here, that unlike the co-guest, the ultra-crepidarian academic charlatan co-guest that we have, the obsequious apple polisher for the far right, I am McGann, which is actually her real name. I'm actually qualified to speak about that, which we'll be speaking about today.
He just said ultra crepidarian.
He said the word.
He learned. Oh man. So he did watch the Yasser Qadi video where Yasser Qadi taught everyone the meaning of the word ultra crepidarian, and he was right. That is a word you learn. You could learn it for your SAT, but definitely for the test you take to get into graduate school, you would learn that. And Muhammad Hijab was watching ultra crepidarian. So that is I mean, apart from people who are using it to make fun of Yasser Qadi for using it, that is the second time in my life I think I've ever heard someone actually use it.
I will play it again, but see the contrast.
Ayan Hirsi Ali took a few minutes to actually introduce herself, build some rapport with viewers. And Muhammad Hijab, why don't you introduce yourself? Yeah. Muhammad Hijab, Sapiens Institute. Listen, let me tell you.
Unlike the co-guest, the ultra-crepidarian academic charlatan co-guest that you have, obsequious.
Did he just say obsequious?
Right. Yeah. I am McGann, which is actually her real name. I'm actually qualified to speak about that, which we'll be speaking about today. The Prophet himself, Muhammad, he said, إِنَّمَا النِّسَاءُ شَقَائِقُ الرِّجَالِ, that certainly men are equal to women.
Please tell me if anybody knows the source of that hadith.
Yeah, I want to see that one.
I have never heard of such a hadith. If anyone knows the source of this, please let me know.
However, we do believe in exceptions.
Men and women are equal in front of the law.
And we don't believe that equality of value means identicality in roles.
Women are not equal in law in Islam. Like, a woman's word is worth half that of a man under Sharia law, so that's not equal.
And so, of course, people that are detractors from the other side, like the academic charlatan Ayan McGann, that actually means refugee in the Somali language, of course, an ironic reminder to herself, she would say that Islam is misogynistic because of practices such as polygyny, which means that a man can marry more than one wife. And that is a practice that Muslims believe in. Or practices such as that Muslim men can marry Christian and Jewish women. Of course, that is something that Muslim women cannot do in Islam as well. And various other inheritance things or aspects where there is a differential there between how men are treated to women. But we will say that equality of value does not mean identicality in roles. And so therefore, if someone wants to use second wave, feministic, collectivistic discourses to try and attack the Islamic narrative, then they must first establish the truthfulness and the objectiveness of second wave feministic discourses. I am Mercy, the feminist. We are opposed to feminism, and we say that feminism has now almost certainly been cracked open as a false ideology. Of course.
How do you?
Why is he getting so amped up?
Notice this entire thing. Look at his face. I mean, listen to how enraged he is at the idea of a woman disagreeing with him. The entire
Dear Mohammed Hijab, can you please tell us about your religion? I am Ali, the charlatan.
He had a golden opportunity here to present Islam to tons and tons of viewers who would have who might know absolutely nothing about it. This might be their only experience of what Islam teaches. He could just be saying it, and he could say the same thing in a different way. Well, listen, Michaela, I understand, Ayan has a different perspective on this, but let me just tell you, I think you're wrong for this and this and this and that reason.
What do you mean perspective?
We have to define perspective. Let me define it. Ultra crepidarian, you don't even know. I love this guy, man. This is...
I think I should add to this, in addition to all that was aforementioned.
Oh boy. I mean, we could read a ton of passages. Let me just...
This guy has emotional problems.
Just read one. So Sahih Muslim.
There just doesn't seem to be a reason for him to be getting angry.
142. Oh, women folk, you should give charity and ask much forgiveness, for I saw you in bulk amongst the dwellers of hell. A wise lady among them said, why is it, Messenger of Allah, that our folk are in bulk in hell? Upon this, the Holy Prophet observed, you curse too much and are ungrateful to your spouses. I have seen none lacking in common sense and failing in religion, but at the same time robbing the wisdom of the wise besides you. Upon this, the woman remarked, what is wrong with our common sense and with our religion? He, the Holy Prophet, observed, you lack common sense. Your lack of common sense can be well judged from the fact that the evidence of 2 women is equal to 1 man. That is a proof of the lack of common sense. It's a ruling in Islam. The testimony of a woman is worth half that of a man. And a woman says, hey, Muhammad, why do you say, I mean, how can you prove that we lack common sense? He says, well, I'll prove it to you. Your testimony is worth half that of a man, isn't it? Like, he sounds like an idiot, that reasoning. And he's accusing them of lacking common sense. So women are, they lack common sense. They lack morality. They lead men astray. And because of that, most of the inhabitants of hell are women. And we could go into a ton of these passages, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
Yeah, Mohammed Hijab is kind of a fucking retard. Well, not kind of a retard, like, he's a full-fledged retard. I'm literally too fucking cold to play any games. Like, my hands are actually freezing. It's also pretty late. I think I'm gonna just try to get my sleep schedule back on track. Just try to get up at a normal time. Depending on the weather, I kind of wanted to go out to Ottawa and do a bunch of stuff too. I think it's supposed to be raining tomorrow. I was gonna get a new monitor stand. Yeah, it looks like it's not gonna rain till Yeah, it's not going to rain till evening. I think it should be good. Yeah, I wanted to go out and get a new airsoft gun, get a new monitor stand, and I also wanted to get an oil change kit for my V-Strim and the SV650. So I'm going to try to get up at a normal time, and then get that done. Then get a leg workout in, and then I'll try to stream earlier. I've been trying to start streams at 6 or something, but I'm fucking retarded. I've just been having weird shit has popped up where I just haven't been able to get to bed at normal times. But I'm gonna try to get things straightened out so that streams start earlier, because I've been starting very late lately. But yeah, in any case, I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get a good sleep tonight. I'll take some growth hormone and melatonin and shit and try to get zonked out. Get all that done tomorrow.
You convinced me. Go on test BTW October 2nd. Best decision ever. Now I'm vegan too thanks to you. Cheers. Bro, as a physiotherapist, it's wild how patients respect and trust you more when you are jacked. Society in general. Have a good one, bro.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're a species of ape. We're not all that different from chimpanzees. So, as much as, we think we've progressed socially, guess what? If you're big and strong and physically imposing, people take you more seriously. So, yeah, being jacked is fucking important. That's great. Good to hear you're getting more fucking jacked, dude, and feel better and everything. Yeah, just go to the pharmacy, ask them to order in reusable vials, since there's no weird, dumb, gay faggot regulations in Greece. I didn't know Greece was that based. That's nice. Maybe I'll actually vacation there and I can just pick up fucking test without a problem. Greece seems kind of nice. But yeah, you should be able to order in multi-dose vials. Just go to the pharmacist, and again, if they give you thing, oh well, it's expensive, and if you're the only one buying, just buy, see if buying in bulk would sway their decision. But thanks, man. Glad I helped. Thanks for the donation, Stoic. But yeah, in any case, I'll be on tomorrow. I'll see you guys then. Thanks again, everybody, and sweet dreams.